Zoom has updated their interface again, heeding calls about the yes or no button. The issues with those buttons have been fixed. So we'll go back to using the yes or no button function during certain votes. You should be able to find those or the raise hand function in either the participants tab or the reactions tab. Again, if you have not been credentialed in as a voting member, please do not use the function to vote. We will alert everyone when we are starting a vote and when we are clearing hands before moving on. Those seeking recognition for the floor can continue to seek recognition via the raised hand function, but know that I will call on hands after votes have been taken or after reports have been concluded. Before we start, I also want to reintroduce everyone to our Sergeant at Arms, Ms. Shannon Allen. Can we spotlight her for a second?
Hello, everyone.
Great. She's been our Sergeant at Arms for a few years, and she served with our dear friend, Barbara Torres and Anna Soto. Our Sergeant at Arms has, and for those of you who have had the opportunity to be with us in person, is the one who keeps order on the floor during the meetings. I want to remind everyone that the chat serves as our virtual floor, so the same rules apply, and Shannon will be monitoring the chat going forward as she would in person. Please use the chat as you would in person and on the floor. Personal conversations, you can use the direct messaging function to a specific person to make sure our members can stay focused on the business of the day. Any discussion in the main chat should be limited as we continue to work within the virtual space. We recognize that there are always technical challenges, mics and videos not working, internet issues, connectivity, and more. And there's no shortage of that here or in any entity who has been dealing with virtual meetings. The digital divide is real. In consultation with staff and leadership going forward during our virtual meetings, the following people will serve as co-host options: the chair, Sergeant at Arms, credentials co-chairs, and LACDP staff. The only members who will have the ability to remove a member who is disruptive will be the Sergeant at Arms. We will, as we do in-person meetings, alert that disruptive member and the body ahead of time before the member is removed. So with that, I'd like to take us over to the Pledge of Allegiance led by our corresponding secretary, Marcela Cortez. Marcela?
There we go.
Marcela,
thank you. Yeah, I was waiting to be unmuted. Thanks, everyone. Happy Women's History Month. I just want to give a shout out to all the strong women in this room. Virtually, of course, I appreciate your activism and dedication to making our world a better place. So here's to strong women. May we know them, may we be them, and may we raise them. So now, if you'll join me in placing your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Marcela, for opening up today's meeting with the pledge as we continue to celebrate Women's History Month and the achievements made by all of our women in leadership, from the Vice President, Lieutenant Governor, generals in our armed forces, CEOs, essential workers, farm workers, and more, especially here in Los Angeles. I'd like to turn the mic over to Nichelle Henderson and Paul Suh for the credentials report.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Chair, there are 240 members credentialed at this meeting. The following Assembly District delegations appointed members to fill vacancies. AD 66 appointed Wade Kyle. The following members appointed alternates within 15 days prior to this meeting. Supervisor Holly Mitchell appointed Lene Richards, AD 54. April O'Connor appointed alternate Stacy Golden for AD 70. And the following associate members were appointed and ratified by the policy committee within 15 days prior to this meeting. Martha Escutia, Nick Roxborough, David Rue, Abigail Sanchez, Jake Stevens, as well as Earl Sanders. Do I hear a motion to adopt the credentials report? Jose Sandoval moved. Do I hear a second? Arturo Flores second. All those in favor, please press the yes button. Mr. Chair, it looks like it passes unanimously. Any opposed? Please press no. Seeing none, well, I see one. Is there any discussion at this point? Looks like I have 5 hands here. Give me 1 second. Hang on 1 second, guys. Sure. Okay. If you're a member and you see an NV next to your name, that means you were not credentialed because either you were late or for some other reason you were not associated with credentialing. So if you have any issues, please message me. At this time, I see 4 hands, and I'll start with, I believe that's Kathleen. Kathleen, is your hand up? You need to unmute. You need to accept it.
Nope, I was just voting yes on the, the minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Whoa, woke me up.
Stacy Fortner. You have to unmute yourself.
Nope, I'm lowering my hand. I was voting.
Sure. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you, Kristen. Do you have your hand up? Please unmute yourself.
Sure, I actually do. I'm a voting member and I'm not credentialed. It might have been my mistake, my first central committee meeting, but I just wanted to check in so that I can vote.
Okay, please.
And I should be credentialed as a DNC member.
Okay, please message Drexel now, and he'll take care of you. Thanks. Paul Copadilla, do you have a question? Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, I have a point of information on the discussion, which should have been before the vote. That's a point of order. But the point of information is that we did have a long credentialing past 6:45 tonight to get everybody in. And once again, my question is how many people did not get in that you know of due to the 6:45 cutoff, as Drexel has answered in the past?
Okay, Drexel said he's going to answer that question. You want me to?
Thank you, Paul. So as always, those that come in after 6:45 are held in the waiting room. I anticipate that there are probably about 26 people between guests and regular members who might not have gotten in. But as always, Mr. Padilla, you ask that same question every time. So if you would like to message me on the side, I can always answer that question without wasting everybody else's time.
I also had a point of order that wasn't recognized separately before this discussion.
To what purpose do you rise?
Regarding your comments on the chat box, this is news to me and all of us, that you're redefining the chat box, which has served as a chat tool, not as the floor. The floor is the floor, and that's
a point of order. I'm ruling you out of order. That's one.
Mark, you want me to adopt the credential report?
Please continue with the orders of the day, Mr. Stowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So based on the votes and the abstentions, as well as any questions, the credential report is adopted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nichelle. Thank you to all of our volunteers who are helping here today to make sure that everybody's properly credentialed. Moving on to the motion for adoption of the agenda as presented. Is there a motion to approve? Hold on, there we go. Moved by Stephen Alari, seconded by Clark Lee. Any discussion? please raise your hands. Mr. Robert Torres, to what purpose do you rise for the discussion? Robert Torres. Can we unmute?
I wanted to talk on the credentialing, but you already passed that point. So, yeah, I guess I'll just refrain from my comments. I wasn't able to register or folks weren't able to, from my AD, weren't able to get a registration link. That's why I wanted to comment on the,
Could you direct message Drexel now and let him know who the folks are from your area that are having trouble?
yeah, I did already. I never get a response, but you know, that's why I'm bringing it up right here. Thank you.
Understood. He will. Do you have it in front of you? He's checking right now, Mr. Torres. Thank you so much. Ms. Planbeck, to what purpose do you rise?
I'm sorry, I was voting. Yes.
Oh, no.
Let me put it down.
Thank
Oh,
you.
dear.
Ms. Janine Rowan, to what purpose do you rise? Janine Rowan?
Right. Yes, it took me a moment to unmute. I've been informed that the YouTube, the live stream on YouTube is not working. It says that it's a private, so it's just
I'm looking right at it. It's working. Did you refresh your screen?
I did.
Okay, we'll check on that right now. Thank you, Ms. Roan. Mr. Lee, Clark Lee, to what purpose do you rise? Okay. Ms. Kessinger, to what purpose do you rise?
I thought we were voting.
Not yet. We're still on discussion for adoption of the agenda. No worries. Mr. Zaxton, to what purpose do you rise?
Hi, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the question, please.
Thank you, sir. All those in favor of adoption of the agenda as presented, please hit the yes button. All those in opposition, please hit the no button. Okay, with 96-3, the motion for adoption as presented passes. Thank you so much. Ms. Olivia Lee, our recording secretary.
Thank you so much, Mark. Good evening, Democrats. In the email that was sent out to you prior to this meeting, you should have received a copy of the minutes. Can I get a motion to adopt the minutes? So moved and seconded, moved by Daryl Sweeney, I can see your full name, seconded by Alton Wang. Discussion on this item. I see a couple of hands here. Maria Skelton. Oh, your hand is down. Okay, Mr. Paul Copadilla.
Well, yes, I emailed you, so I would like to discuss that correction addition, but I've had a few points that were not recognized prior to that. Let me go to you first, though, since you have the floor right now, Olivia.
Okay, so
I emailed you about a correction addition regarding the chair's report in the minutes. And the fact that it excluded the fact that Mark Gonzalez advocated for adoption of the budget during his chair's report. Of course, under Robert's rules, presiding officers cannot advocate for or against things. It needs to be noted in the minutes that Mark Gonzalez did, in fact, during his chair's report, advocate for something, the budget.
okay, Paul, I actually just pulled up your email right now, so thank you for that, emailing you beforehand, and I appreciate your comments. I'm going to respectfully not take those amendments because I believe the way that it is written currently in the minutes accurately depict what had happened in the last meeting. And just as an FYI for you and for the body, I actually typed the minutes as it's happening. And so I believe I captured that correctly. Are there any other discussions on the minutes at this time?
You're all
Okay.
set, Olivia.
Thank you so much. So all those in favor of adopting the minutes, please press the yes button at this time. And staff, if you could also help me kind of look through whenever that is over, that'd be great.
Hang on one second, Olivia. We're just checking to see, because I think that even though Zoom did the update where the yes and no functions were working, I think we're going to have to use the hand raise for now.
Okay. While you're waiting, I see a couple more hands up, so I'm going to go ahead and take those while we wait. Isaac Lieberman, I believe your hand is up, sir.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to follow up what I had something occurred during the chair's report in the last meeting, and that wasn't reflected in the minutes. And you replied that you thought the minutes were correct, but you didn't address the specific point that Mark Gonzalez advocated for the budget. Now, do the minutes reflect that Mark Gonzalez in his report advocated for the budget? And so Paul's suggestion that it didn't reflect it was not true? Or do you say that he did not, in fact, advocate for the budget in his report? Are you claiming that it didn't occur? Or are you saying, yes, it did occur, but I don't want to mention it
Madam
in
Secretary,
the minutes?
Madam Secretary, you already ruled him out of order in this regard, and he's making an opinion on this.
He doesn't say anything about someone being out of order.
I'm ruling him out of order.
That's not true, Chair Gonzalez.
Sir, okay, let me say this one thing. The minutes are to capture the procedures and the businesses that was conducted. The minutes that were submitted that is in front of you without as presented accurately reflects that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
Olivia,
Shannon Ross, yes,
Olivia,
go ahead.
Olivia,
Yes.
I believe you were already asking for a vote, so we're moving on.
My apologies. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
So moving on with the I vote to adopt the minutes as presented. Is it the raise your hand or the yes function?
Using
Drexel?
the raised hand function, please.
Okay, please raise your hand at this time. And if you could just help me go through this, I would appreciate that, Drexel.
Thank you. I got it. You're at 120. 136. Sorry.
Okay, do you want to move on to the no votes? Drexel?
You're all clear.
Okay, thank you so much. So,
sorry, go ahead.
okay, so those who oppose the adoption of the minutes at this time, please raise your hand.
The count is 148-6.
Great, thank you so much. With that, the minutes are adopted. I also like to take a quick minute to wish everyone a happy Women's History Month and a belated International Women's Day to all of our strong women activists here tonight. Without question, the contributions from women in history and within our own party help pave the way for us to continue push for our progressive values and representation. From notable icons such as Dolores Huerta, Ida B. Wells, and Grace Lee Boggs to the ones who phone banked, organized, fundraised, donated, and ran for office, thank you all so much for your contributions and for your hard work. And I'd like to take a quick moment to do an update on my comments from last month regarding hate crimes against the AAPI community. LA Times reported last week that hate crimes against the Asian American Pacific Islander communities in Los Angeles rose 114% and mirrored the national trend of attacks against our community. These types of attacks also go heavily unreported. With that in mind, I'm so proud to see my county supervisor Hilda Solis's motion for funding to expand the LA versus Hate program to combat the hate crimes against AAPI's pass the board of supervisors today. And later tonight, you will be able to take action on this issue, and I hope you will stand with our community. So a special thank you to the authors and sponsors of the resolutions tonight, resolutions committee, and the AAPI activists that came before us in laying the groundwork for us to make all of this possible. So thank you all so much and have a lovely evening.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Lee, for your point of personal privilege. Moving on to the Vice Chair's report, Mr. Sergio Carrillo.
Well, you caught me by surprise. I thought Vice Chair Sanders was going to go first, but. So good morning, good evening, everyone. I too want to join you and wish everyone a happy Women's History Month and a belated International Women's Day. I was going to say something about it, but I think Secretary Lee was right on, so I'm not going to add more to that, but to say thank you to all of you, all the women in our Central Committee and throughout our government, our state who run for office. Our party today is stronger because we were the party that fought for women's rights. We are stronger because of those particular issues. And we are stronger because we have women in leadership like Kamala Harris in the United States. As Vice President of the United States. And on that note, I do just want to say that it does really make a huge difference of who we have in office. Senator Barbara Boxer used to say that elections have consequences, and they do. And although we ended up with a 50-50 Senate, because we ended up in a 50-50 Senate, because we have a Vice President Kamala Harris, the United States Congress is on the verge of passing a $1.9 trillion America Rescue Plan. That is because Democrats worked hard throughout the country to elect Democrats to those positions. So it does matter a lot of who is in office. And I just want to say thank you to the members of Congress who had the courage of their convictions to stand for the American people in this past week. And then I'll just end quickly with this. Thursday, in 2 days, marks the 1-year anniversary that the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic. And if you look at history and you look at other pandemics that have occurred, it has been huge amounts of deaths. We have over 530,000 Americans who are no longer with us because of this virus. 2.somewhat million people around the world. It is a killer virus, but because of the resiliency of the American people, because of what we were able to accomplish, we as a collective, in less than a year after the declaration of this pandemic, we are doing vaccines. Unheard of. It's never really happened. Today, because of that, we are seeing numbers dropping. We are on the verge of going into the red, whatever level it's called, and ready to open up many other parts of our business and our industry. It is because of the resiliency of the people of this state and this country for that. You know, earlier today, while we were here credentialing delegates to this meeting, I was listening to the State of the State by Governor Newsom, and I was so impressed with the leadership of Governor Newsom and proud of the efforts that he has done to do what he did. We have the fifth largest economy in the world, the largest state in this union. And to be able to do what he has done was incredible. And so I don't know about you, but I'm ready, if this recall qualifies, to fight like hell to make sure that we keep the man who has been really a great leader for this state as our governor. And I'll leave it at that. I want to say that today, on the 1 year anniversary, or soon to be, that we adjourn in the memory of the over 530,000 Americans who are no longer with us, the 530,000 individuals whose families today have a loss. These are fathers and mothers, uncles and aunts, sisters and brothers, children, grandparents, friends. Let's adjourn in them and think about them. And get out there and go out, and when you're ready and when it's your turn, get your vaccine. And I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair Carrillo, for your remarks. And I apologize, I might have gotten the order mixed up, but thank you so much for your report. Now turning it over to Vice Chair, Ms. Pat Sanders. Ms. Sanders, just hit accepting. There you go. We can hear you.
Good evening, Democrats. Happy International Women's Day. Happy Women's History Month. You know, we've got it together here. What I want to say, despite a pandemic and an insurrection, we have still broken barriers. We still get out the vote. We are still going to continue to fight because we're not treated or given education or given opportunities, or we don't get paid equally. We are not created equally, so we will continue to fight. And right now, I want to call on you women warriors. It's time for you to keep your eyes open, make sure that we continue to fight for medical costs for everyone, including mental issues that have to be taken care of. Also education, that means education for everything. That means talk to your neighbors, talk to your kids, talk to people that are on your street, make sure they know what's happening. And once again, we will continue to fight to the death if you try to suppress our vote. It's not a right, it's not a privilege, it's a right, and it's our voice. So right now, I'm going to introduce former Vice Chair of the Los Angeles Democratic County Central Committee and my mentor, Bobby Jean Anderson, to say a few words. Thank you. Bobby.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Anderson.
Oh, okay. I want to first of all say happy Women's Day, happy International Women's Day, and also happy Women's Month to all of the fabulous women of the county committee who worked so hard to make things happen for the Democratic Party. Pat had asked me to say a few words regarding women who were history makers, and I think we all are history makers in our own rights. But I'm going to take a few minutes to just do a few shout outs. First of all, I want to do a shout out to Kamala Harris, who's our first, made history by being our first vice president elected first vice president of the California Democratic Party. I also wanted to mention Susan B. Anthony, who actually fought for the right to vote, for women to vote. She headed the suffrage movement, but had plenty of help from other women, such as Ida B. Wells, Sojourner Truth. The list goes on and on if you read up on how the 19th Amendment came about after the suffrage movement. And we certainly give her high kudos for that. I also want to recognize our own Jimmy Woods Gray, who is a history maker because she was the first ever chairperson of color of the LA County Democratic Party, and the second woman ever to be chair of the LA County Democratic Party. So kudos to Jimmy, and let her know that you appreciate her. She don't get talked about a lot about that, but that is history. And I wanted to recognize her for that. I know she's here tonight. Also, another person I wanted to recognize was Arlene Holt, Arlene Baker Holt. Many of you may know her. She's retired now, but she was when still as a trade unionist and a labor leader. And she became actually the first African American to be elected to a high office of the AFL-CIO. She was the executive secretary of the AFL-CIO, and that's where she retired from. But she's still active in her own right. So like we all who are retired are still doing stuff. So I wanted to make sure I mentioned those women. I have two favorite people. Well, there's a couple other shout outs. I wanted to definitely give a shout out to First Lady Michelle Obama, our former First Lady Michelle Obama. And I wanted to, I think that's all the shout outs I'll give for now. I will I'll say that the Women's History Month came about and it was highlighting the contributions of women in events in history as well as contemporary society. It was founded in the month of March. The two people that I wanted to focus on were Shirley Chisholm, who was the first African American woman in Congress to be elected to Congress in 1963, and the first African American and woman to seek the nomination for President of the United States from one of the two major political parties. She was the first to do that. The second focus is my girl, and I just love her, and I mimic after her, is Fannie Lou Hamer. And Fannie Lou Hamer, she is actually in the National Women's History Museum as we speak. And she rose from the humble beginnings in the Mississippi Delta to become one of the most important, passionate, and powerful voices of the civil rights and voting rights movement of our day. She was very instrumental in that. She took a lot of beatings. She took a lot of, suffering for the rights of people to vote and also to their civil rights to be recognized from the Delta of Mississippi. I'm happy to say that I think that all women in their own rights have particular things that they do and have done that could be recognized. We could probably, all of us, have someone that we could talk about who has been instrumental in our lives. And they're not in a textbook, or they're not in the news, or they're not in the da-da-da-da-da. But in their own rights, they have done something to make this nation a better place. And I salute all of the women, all of you here tonight. And I really want to give a special shout out to my Congresswoman, Maxine Waters, who I know for like 40 years, who have stomped the grounds as an activist before she ever became an elected official, and worked for the rights of people. And she's still doing that today. So I really did not want to forget to mention her as well. So, and it's not that I'm leaving out people, it's just that I only have a limited time because I checked with the Pat herself to find out how much time I had. So I didn't want to, just go over, because I could talk all day about women and what they have done for this country and continue to do. So I think that's about all that I want to say about the women. I just want to make everyone aware that the women are the bedrock of this nation, and that they actually continue to, although they're not at the head yet, we're still trying to break that glass ceiling, but Kamala Harris has got us closer to that. So kudos to her, and kudos to all of us who supported her to get there. And kudos to all of us who are supporting this administration, because they're doing a great job, the Biden-Harris administration. So, Mr. Chair and Miss Vice Chair Pat Sanders, thank you for giving me this opportunity to say a few words regarding Women's History Month.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bobby Jean Anderson, dear friend, and thank you so much for your remarks. And as a son of a proud single mother, I would not be here without women like you today. So thank you all. Thank you so much. There are a couple of hands up. I will take Ms. Karen Wingard before we move on to the chair's report.
Sorry, Mark. I didn't realize my hand was up.
No worries. Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Ms. Wingard. Moving on to the chair's report. Oops, let me fix this here. I want to give a shout out to both our LACDP staff members who just celebrated birthdays or are celebrating birthdays. Elizabeth Hennis last month and Drexel Hurd this Thursday. So happy birthday to our staff. Be sure to give them some love for all of the work that they keep doing, both the party and the Central Committee operations running. Those two individuals are phenomenal and making sure that this meeting goes well and will tonight. We've got a long night of endorsements ahead of us and some work from our Resolutions and Legislative Action Committee coming up, so I'll make this report brief. I want to welcome all of tonight's special guests, candidates for California Democratic Party officer. Please give them your time and attention through their speeches before the vote. At the beginning of the year, I laid out our priorities for this year, as one of them being recruitment. As you may have seen, we recently launched the application process for our new Training and Advancement Academy, a 10-week cohort academy in partnership with the National Democratic Training Committee. I'm very excited about that. We've gotten many calls and texts from across the state of so many people who want to be a part of this. And part of being the Democratic Party is building our bench. And part of building our bench is building our bench not just for folks who run for office and run to the next office, but it's about energizing the youth and people to get them there. And so this academy is free for those selected, thanks to our partners. You can go to lacdp.org/TAP, TAP, for more information and reach out to Drexel with any questions, and staff will put that link in the chat. Additionally, over the next couple of months, we will be kicking off 2022 planning, meeting with our AD leadership and regional vice chairs to identify recruiting opportunities for local races in your assembly district. We have over 300 races next year, and we want to make sure that we've got strong Democrats running in every single seat. Please be sure to get with your leadership and start having those conversations about where we can get Democrats to run and win. I do want to be clear that recruitment doesn't automatically mean the endorsement. Every Democrat will need to earn the support of this body through our regular process. However, we are committed to competing and getting Democrats in office to work on behalf of our communities. We had a successful town hall with Los Angeles District Attorney George Gascon last month. I want to thank Judicial Interview co-chairs Elise Moore and Frankie Carrillo for moderating this huge turnout for our kickoff inaugural event. Coming up, we've got a double for town halls on March 24th. We'll welcome members Miguel Santiago and Calra and our newest senator-elect, Kamlager, for a town hall discussion on moving healthcare in California forward and how a single payer system will work in our state. And folks, might I add, there are a number of central committees who have accepted the chair's challenge, and they're accepting healthcare for all, and we are leading that charge here in LA County. Then again, on April the 8th, we'll welcome LA Supervisor Hilda Solis and LA City Council President Nuri Martinez for a conversation in town hall on what the county and the city are working on and how both entities can work together, and as we as Democrats can support our two strong women. Head to lacdp.org/LACDP presents for more information. We'll also be announcing very soon information about our upcoming 2021 JFK Awards, so be on the lookout for that information. I look forward to meeting with Regions 3 and 4 next month, as we'll listen to the things going on in that assembly district and regions. So staff will be working with regional vice chairs to schedule those town halls soon. We have a lot of resolutions on tonight's agenda, including resolutions supporting hotel workers, vaccinations for teachers and school staff, and important ones calling for a state audit of the Metropolitan Water District and the abolishment of the filibuster. I encourage you all to support those resolutions tonight. We've got a marathon of legislation to get through tonight as well, focusing on sentencing guidelines, affordable housing, ballot labeling, and AB 1400, the Guaranteed Health Care for All bill. I hope you all will take the committee recommendations and support these important piece of legislation. Staff will put the reports in the chat, and once those reports come up, then you can see them in the chat. Tonight is a second reading for a couple of bylaw changes, including an important one on reapportionment after redistricting and making the vice president a member of our Los Angeles Central Committee. So let's support those rule changes tonight. And let's get back to work. As always, be sure to connect with your regional or AD leadership for more information on upcoming events on LACDP. So moving forward from the chair's report, give me one. All right. Moving forward to item number 8 in the agenda. Okay. So tonight's a big night. What? Tonight's a big night outside of the Meghan Markle interview. Everyone is talking about our endorsement meeting tonight. So I want to welcome our candidates for California Democratic Party officer. Each candidate will receive up to 5 minutes to speak and may yield their time and use it how they would like to. We have a list of those speaking for certain candidates, so we'll do our best to unmute those who have been identified as a speaker. Once the last candidate speaks, there is no debate, but we will move straight to a poll vote. Non-voters will be moved into a breakout room until voting is complete, and we will announce results once everyone is back in the room. To receive the endorsement, a candidate must receive 60% of the vote, of the total votes voting in the race. We'll start with the first candidate for controller. And do we have a timekeeper? All right, folks, I'd like to spotlight our first candidate for controller who has 5 minutes, Norma Alcala.
Thank you so much. I'm a Latina public official from a very humble background, elected by voters. I sit on many boards and commissions due to my election by voters. I did not hold any of my union offices by appointment. I was elected SEIU Local 768 Union President by the rank and file union members. I'm the Latina candidate of choice in the CDP election, endorsed by the Chicano Latina Caucus, Progressive Caucus Chair Amar Shargil, Black Caucus Chair Taisha Brown, and Carolyn Fowler, and Tom O'Shaughnessy, Chair of the Irish Caucus. In my city council election in 2020, I was supported by teachers, the Democratic Party, trades, and the firefighters. When I served on our school board, I fought and brought single-member districts, which are one of the most important platforms of our Democratic Party, ensuring equity, diversity, and accountability. I am supported by voters because I champion their issues. We are all proud Democrats, but I think it's important that we understand how California turned blue. California was not always safely Democratic. Between 1968 and 1988, Republicans won every presidential race in California. In the 1990 California governor's election, the Latino vote was very narrowly split with Republicans. In 1991, the Latino vote for Democrats reached an all-time low. In 1991, Governor Pete Wilson began to blame Latinos for California's problems, resulting in Prop 187 in 1994. So what changed? In 1992, California Latinos began to abandon the Republican Party. This started an unbroken Democratic winning streak in California's presidential elections. From 1992 to 2020, the Democratic Party won every California presidential election. The California Democratic vote has steadily grown since 1992. In the 2016 California presidential primary, I and the Chicano Latino caucus supported Bernie Sanders. During the 2016 Democratic Convention, I and the Chicano caucus chair were forced to sit with the Oklahoma delegation because there were no seats for us among the California delegation. We supported Bernie because of his stance on Medicare for all, free college, and immigration. In the 2020 presidential primary, Latino voters and I again supported Bernie Sanders. This time Sanders won the California primary. However, CDP leaders supported Clinton in 2016 and Biden in 2020. This is not a criticism. It is different priorities. I ardently supported Clinton and Biden in the presidential general elections. It is time to focus our outreach on Latino priorities. This is not a zero-sum game. This cannot mean less for the Black community. I support Black Lives Matter and Black candidates. We share common goals. In 2020, Republican David Valadao and Devin Nunes were elected in heavily Latino congressional districts. A Republican Latino narrowly defeated Christy Smith in the 25 district, and 2 Korean Republicans defeated 2 Democratic incumbents. We need to do outreach to the Latino and Asian communities or be prepared to lose more seats to Republicans. These 4 seats should be a wake-up call. We need to be the party that says you cannot deport people for using fake Social Security numbers. We need to take these issues head on and not be shy about being progressive. We must also take a strong stance against fracking and fossil fuels. That includes not taking dark money from oil, tobacco, or the pharmaceuticals. I also support public campaign financing, ending the filibuster, because you can't keep your promises for health care and minimum wage otherwise. Police reform is critical because communities of color have been under attack for ages. I promise to be a working controller and to lead in these very important discussions. We must change these narratives. I ask for your vote. Thank you.
Ms. Alcala, you have 1 minute left. Did you want to yield that time to anybody, or would you like to use your remaining minute?
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't unmute.
No worries.
I can yield it. I can yield it.
Who would you like to yield your remaining minute to?
Whoever's next.
No. Well, who would like to speak on your behalf? If not, we will move on.
May I have,
If you don't have anybody, we're going to move on.
You can move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alcala. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Oops, what did I just do? There we go. Okay, you have 5 minutes. Okay, moving on. The next candidate for controller, April Verrett. Ms. Verrett, I believe you are yielding your first minute to Assemblymember Miguel Santiago. Mr. Santiago, are you on?
Yes, sir.
You have, I'm assuming, 1 minute.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Democrats. And I am here to thank you for being the first county central committee to support single payer. And as LA goes, the rest of the county went. And that's exactly why I'm here also to support our sister Empower, April, for CDP controller. So put your hands in the air, shake them in the air, clap, do whatever you got to do to get that momentum forward. And I got to tell you, This sister has been fighting with us for years to get single payer done. And now we want to send her to the leadership of the CDP to ensure that we got a warrior force. And look, when we had the Fight for 15 here in Los Angeles, we ensured and we worked side by side with April. We know we could do that at the state level. And we need a champion like her. When we stood up and wanted to tax the millionaires, she was there. She's the right person to fight income inequality, a person who has been supported by CYD, Democratic Party, the DIPSIF, SEIU, and has stood with us to make community college free and stood strong with immigrants across the state of California to ensure that we have our fair rights. And that's why I'm asking you to support April for CDP control. And I hope you stand strong with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. Ms. Verrett, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair Gonzalez, for the time in the meeting, but also for your support. I truly appreciate it. I also want to thank my good friend, Assembly Member Santiago, for his support. Good evening, LA Democrats. It's always good to be home with my fellow Angelenos. Listen, I am standing before you as a candidate for controller of the Democratic Party because I have always stood with you, and I want to be the leader that leads with a team of folks that takes our party to the next level. We have a strong party in the state of California, but I think our party can be stronger. And folks like Senator Alex Padilla, Council Member Kevin De Leon, of course, you heard from Assembly Member Santiago, as well as Supervisor Holly Mitchell and others. This is when I get in trouble, because when you start naming some, you got to name them all. I'm also really proud to have Mark Gonzalez's support, the support of Executive Drexel Hurd, and so many others who know that my leadership is about building a team. It's about building a team that is as diverse as this state. I want to unify Black and Brown and API and Indigenous people of color with our white sisters and brothers. It's not just about one of us, it's about all of us. I know together we can work to make this party stronger. We can invest in the next generation of leadership. We can ensure our party is anti-racist actively. We can make sure we are investing to make our party strong at every single level, from the County Central Committee to the state party, right? The work is ours to do. The next Stacey Abrams can be in our midst. It's up to us to go out there and get it. And so I ask for your support tonight, but I hope to earn your support, but I plan to keep your support. Thank you so much, and please vote for me for this endorsement. Thank you.
Ms. Verrett, you have 1 minute and 40 seconds. Would you like to continue or yield your time?
I will yield my time. I'll just call it at that. Thank you so much, Mark, for all of the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verrett. We had 2 candidates for controller, Norma Alcala and April Verrett, so it was only 2 candidates for controller. Moving forward, 2 candidates for California Democratic Party secretary. We will start with Melahat Rafi. Melahat, you have 5 minutes. Is there anybody speaking on your behalf first, or you're using the whole 5 minutes?
I am using all the time myself.
Understood. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, fellow Democrats. My name is Melahat Rafi. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm a candidate to be your next CDP secretary. I'm running for this seat because I love the Democratic Party. It's given me so many opportunities in life, not just to live the American dream, but to ensure that I leave the world better than I found it. My story begins with my parents fleeing war-torn Iran. They fled through multiple countries to make it to the United States, arriving here with 3 kids, me being one of them, under the age of 6, with 2 suitcases and less than $500 cash. My mom cleaned houses. My dad was a gas station attendant at 3 different stations just to provide for the family. Their sacrifice is what motivates me every single day in all the decisions that I make. How I raise my son as a single mother, how I run my small businesses, and the values that I fight for as a DNC member. By day, I work as one of the very few women of color consultants in this region. And I work hard to elect more women, specifically women of color, LGBTQ and disability community members into our local offices. I'm proud to say that we've been successful in doing so. Most recently, just in LA County, we helped elect Councilmember Seppi Shine, the first woman of color for the WeHo City Council, and the first openly gay LGBTQ member, Iranian elected official anywhere in the world, global history. Long Beach Councilmember Mary Zendejas, the first woman in a wheelchair to serve in public office in California. Long Beach Councilmember Suli Saro, the first Cambodian woman to serve for office on the West Coast. These races are important because we've all learned that if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu. My record of activism and work building our party extends beyond local elections. When I served as the executive director of the Democratic Party of Orange County, back when it was as red as my lipstick, we registered over 75,000 new Democrats by going to them. We went to Latino and Korean churches, naturalization events, and did door-to-door canvassing to plant the seeds that led Orange County to become blue in 2018. As your DNC member representing California, I have traveled to other states to fight for the earned income tax credit. During the 2020 primary election, I cast my vote as a delegate for Senator Bernie Sanders and publicly called for a climate debate during our primary. As a member of the CDP Rules Committee, I have helped to increase the number of grassroots delegates elected and lower the threshold for non-incumbent Democrats running for our party's endorsement. There is no excuse for the largest Democratic Party in the country to not be leading the fight on Medicare for All and the Green New Deal. We have the ability through our DNC delegation and our CDP leadership team to support other states whose Democrats are not as bold as ours. Now you might be thinking this is all great. What does that have to do with the secretary's position? With the current lack of clarity in the bylaws about our duties and responsibilities, we have an opportunity to make this position something meaningful. The traditional duties of note-taking, public notices, and receiving communications are handled by a wonderful CDP staff. In my view, the role of the secretary should be seen as the communicator-in-chief of the California Democratic Party to all delegates and activists alike. As your secretary, I'd like to do our weekly war room notes, sharing important talking points, policies, and decisions by our party so that local Democrats like you on the ground have the tools you need, are empowered with this information. I also believe we need to invest heavily in our training apparatus. I'm so excited to see LA County do the TAP Academy to prepare our local candidates to run for higher office. These local races are critical to our long-term success, especially because 60% of our Democrats of our state legislature will be termed out in 4 to 6 years. And we need these battle-tested Democrats to step in. Additionally, we need to expand that apparatus to make sure we're training campaign managers, finance directors, and field directors. Lastly, we are long overdue for a reimagined leadership team that is accountable and responsive to what's happening on the ground. I believe we should redistribute the power amongst the 5 statewide officers and bring in our 20 regional directors to be the internal decision-making body of the CDP. As you can see, I'm not a keyboard warrior, but a hardworking activist and leader who is eager to transform our party to lead in being a progressive and transparent party. I am honored to have the endorsement of the author of CalCare, Progressive Caucus Chair Assemblymember Ash Kalra, LA Council Member and my friend Kevin De Leon, Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Assemblymember Mike Gibson, LA Supervisor Janice Hahn, and many more. 14 of our 20 regional directors have endorsed me, 9 caucus chairs, the California Young Democrats, DipSip, and hundreds of delegates. I would be honored to carry the endorsement of the LA County Democratic Party. Thank you for your time.
That was awesome. Thank you, Mela. Moving forward, Diana Love. Ms. Love, is anybody yielding their time? Are you using the full 5 minutes? Ooh.
Yeah. Carolyn Fowler is using 1 minute.
Okay. Ms. Fowler, if we could spotlight her, if our timekeeper, Joe, can put it to 1.
She's going to be at the end.
Oh, understood. Okay. Your 4 minutes begin now, Ms. Love.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, LACDP members. First, I want to thank you for the support and the endorsements that I have received from the individual members of this body. In addition to Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Senator Henry Stern, Assemblyman Miguel Santiago, Chair Mark Gonzalez, Carolyn Fowler, Bobby Jean Anderson, Pat Sanders, Susie Shannon, Alton Reed, John Harder-Binion, and many more, and also the New Frontier Democratic Club. It has also been said that Black leaders and community members have endorsed me because I am a Black woman. Let me assure you that I am a qualified candidate as a Black woman, and that is why I have received the endorsements. This is my county, and I have been here with you, working right beside you. About me, I live in Palmdale. I have a degree in gerontology, which is the study of aging. I currently serve as Assembly District 36 Vice Chair, co-chair of the Election Protection and Oversight Committee, and former Assembly District Secretary for this body. For the state party, I am the current Region 9 Regional Director and a member of a variety of caucuses and past member of the Credentials Committee. I am also a member of SEIU 2015, and I just received the endorsement of SEIU UHW. I am also a Governor Newsom appointee. I sit on the Contractor State License Board and previously worked for the California State Assembly. I have served as a commissioner and board member, worked on campaigns, fundraising, and participated as a Registrar of Voters coordinator for several years. I boldly and openly support Medicare for All, the Green New Deal, student loan cancellation, and the next generation of leadership. I will stand up for what I believe. I have a proven performance history. A lot has been said about what the Secretary's position is and can be, but the facts are that per the CDP bylaws, the traditional duties of the Secretary's position is to maintain all records and serve required notices. I want to see shared governance within the leadership team at the state party, transparency. We need to do and push and do more. I want to be a part of solutions and progress and bring my experiences, work history, and public service. Bridge the different fractions. How? Lead by example. Put our egos aside. What can I do and how as a secretary? How? By encouraging clubs, county committees to get involved with legislation and writing resolutions. Have many more workshops and trainings. My qualifications for secretary position are former Assembly District 8036 Secretary, court-appointed special advocate for foster children, field representative, California State Assembly, chair, president, and co-chair of organizations and nonprofits. I do recognize that we must build coalitions, build a bench of advocates, fundraise and campaign and get candidates elected, as the secretary should support and get involved in all those benchmarks. In closing, there is no equal representation without Black women. I am ready to stand up and lead, and I am qualified. I am asking and would be honored to have your support and endorsement. Thank you. And again, my name is Diana Love for CDP Secretary.
Thank you, Ms. Love. You have 1 minute and 20 seconds, and you're yielding your remaining time to Ms. Carolyn Fowler. Could we spotlight Ms. Fowler?
Greetings, Carolyn Fowler, 8062, pronouns she, her, hers. I rise, colleagues, to ask you to vote for Diana Love tonight for Chatham Party Secretary. LA is the county party she serves admirably on a daily basis as regional director, co-chair of election protection, the policy committee, and was an undeniable leader in the Christy Smith campaign. It is said Black women remain the backbone of our democracy and are more than qualified to lead it. However, 0 Black women in the Senate, 0 Black women on the Supreme Court, 0 Black women governors, 0 Black women on the Chatham dais. When will we meet the moment? When will we work towards healing justice and collective liberation like our lives depend on it? Because they do.
30 seconds.
When will qualified Black women in this party get the equity and respect they have earned for their contributions? LA is Diana Love's county party. Vote for Diana Love. Do the right thing. Love is all we need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fowler. And we had two candidates for Secretary, Malahat Rafi and Diana Love. Moving forward to the Vice Chair race, Mr. Daraka Larimore Hall. Do we have Mr. Hall?
Oh, I thought I was second. I am here.
Mr. Hall, do you have anybody yielding their time to you, sir?
I do not.
Okay, your 5 minutes starts now.
Excellent. Hey, everybody.
I hope that you're having a good evening. And I know that you're hearing from an amazing array of Democrats from around the state and representing so many wonderful communities, so many backgrounds, and frankly, an unprecedented number of underrepresented and marginalized communities have folks that have built up political power enough to run for these positions to lead the California Democratic Party. And that in and of itself, I think, is something to celebrate. My name is Duraka. I'm a grassroots activist, and that's the ethos and the toolbox and the rule book that I've brought into my work for the last 20 years as an activist and leader in the California Democratic Party. My favorite thing about being a party officer has been being able to travel the state and meet activists just like you, talking with them about the issues that motivate them, learning about their aspirations and dreams for changing and transforming their communities, this state, and this country. And the one thing that I've learned is that we're here for the issues. We're here because we want a real single-payer healthcare system for California to be reality and not just rhetoric. We're here because we want racial justice to lead a transformation of our criminal justice system so that we stop wasting human talent and human freedom on the school to prison pipeline. We're here because we want clean environments and safe drinking water. And one thing that I've learned in all of my activism at every level is that this state party really wasn't designed and wasn't structured to be a vehicle for activists like you and I to move that agenda. And that's why, even though it's been 15 years that we've passed resolutions in support of single-payer healthcare, the California Democratic Party hasn't done any organizing around it. We haven't spent any money behind it. We haven't lobbied anyone on behalf of the party for it. And the reason for that is that we have a structure that is archaic and overly centralized, that was frankly designed by elected officials to be able to conveniently and swiftly move money into campaigns. Over the years, troublemakers, grassroots activists, change makers have pushed for change and openness in this party, moving from a 100% appointed convention just a few years ago to one in which the central committees and ADEMs are also represented. I've tried to be that kind of change maker and truth teller in all of my work. Always, no matter what position I hold, answering activist questions with the truth about where the power is and how they can influence things. I think that we're standing at a crossroads in this party. We've gotten in the last 20 years an incredible amount done in terms of electing Democrats and building our supermajority in Sacramento. But now's the time to back that up with accountability organizing, with allowing our executive board to democratically set our agenda and not have all of those decisions be made by the party chair. I've been an independent voice. I've been often a critical voice, and I'm sure lots of people in this meeting have strong opinions about my strong opinions. But this race isn't actually about whether I'm super progressive or my opponent is super progressive. I think we're both super progressive. I think that this race is about whether we will continue to have an independent and often critical voice in our leadership group who's always willing to put the truth before any kinds of political considerations or personal ambition. Again, I know that that's created some distance between me and some of you, but it's distance that I hope to bridge in my next term as vice chair. Talking through the tough issues, raising the issues that other people are unwilling to do, standing by principles and values, and putting the party first. I would really appreciate your consideration tonight for endorsement, but more than that, I hope to continue this conversation that frankly, I think I had a lot to do with provoking about what kind of leadership structure makes sense for a 21st century, small d democratic, progressive, anti-racist, feminist organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larimore Hall. Moving on to the next candidate for Vice Chair, David Campos. Mr. Campos, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Gonzalez.
Mr. Campos, is anybody yielding their time to you, or are you using all 5 minutes?
I'm using all 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr.
The clock starts now.
Thank you, Chair Gonzalez, for the opportunity to all of you, and thank you, Chair Gonzalez, for your endorsement. Let me begin by saying that, as some of you know from my own experience, being involved in democratic politics is very personal to me. It was 36 years ago that on a cold January night, my family and I crossed the border illegally, risking our lives to come to this country. And I came to the United States and specifically came to Los Angeles. And even though I'm standing before you as the chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, I was an Angelino before I went to San Francisco. My family lives in LA, and so this meeting tonight, this endorsement is very special to me. I have to pinch myself that as a kid who came from Guatemala and grew up in South Central, I'd find myself before you asking for your support to be vice chair of this Democratic Party. I became a Democrat because it was the Democratic Party that spoke about people like me and my parents with respect, with dignity, and recognized that we, even though we were undocumented, still were people who should have access and a chance at the American dream. And I've been in public service ever since I got an education and became a lawyer. As some of you know, I was elected to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. And as a San Francisco supervisor, I pushed progressive legislation to make the lives of people better. And yes, I have been a troublemaker, and I think that troublemakers are needed. But I think that when it comes to serving the people like my parents and the working people that are struggling, it is more than just, it's not just about making trouble. You have to make trouble, but you actually have to lead to results. And that is why I'm running for this office. I am running because I believe that this Democratic Party in the state of California has to do more to deliver for the people that are struggling in this, in the middle of this pandemic. I bring the perspective of a local party chair who believes that the state party has to do more to support local parties. I bring the perspective of a legislator who knows how to tackle difficult issues. You know, I worked to make healthcare universal in San Francisco before the Affordable Care Act, and it's going to be that kind of know-how and that experience that will be needed to make sure that the Democratic Party at the state level becomes the champion for single payer. I also bring the perspective of someone who ran government agencies and understands the importance of the nuts and bolts, because that is actually, in this kind of a role, what wins elections. I stand before you as a Bernie Sanders Democrat, and I'm proud that I supported Bernie in 2016 and in 2020. But one thing I'm also very proud of is the fact that as progressive as I am, I have the ability to work with people from all sides of the political spectrum. And that's why you see people from all sides of politics supporting this campaign. You know, I can have support for Bernie Sanders and still be endorsed by Nancy Pelosi, still be endorsed by the Lieutenant Governor, and at the same time have George Gascon and Gil Solis supporting me. We as a party need to come together. Progressives, moderates, conservatives, we need to come together and recognize that as much as we have differences with one another, those differences pale in comparison with what we have to go against when it comes to the Republican Party. And let me say this, that I believe in structural reform. I believe in sharing power, but not just among the elected officers. I believe in structural reform that also empowers the local central committees, the regional bodies, and perhaps creating regional vice chairs. But the question is not who believes in those reforms, but who is able to deliver results and make those reforms happen. I think that it takes that kind of legislative know-how, that experience, and that ability to bring people together that will make me the right person to make those results, those reforms, a reality for the state of California. Lastly, I want to say that I am running as a totally undocumented person because I believe that it is time that someone who comes from that background, who comes from that experience, who knows what it's like to live in the shadows, to finally have a seat at the table, to have a leadership role in this party. Thank you very much for considering my candidacy. And again, if you're looking for change, I hope that you consider my candidacy tonight. Thank you.
That's time. Thank you so much, Mr. Campos. Moving forward to the other vice chair race, self-identified female. We will start with Ms. Betty Yee. Ms. Yee, are you there?
I am here.
Ms. Yee, is there someone who you would like to yield your time to?
No, Mr. Chairman, I will take my full 5 minutes. Thank you.
Absolutely. The floor is yours. The time starts.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Gonzalez, and good evening, Los Angeles County Democrats. And I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to have touched base with so many of you over these past weeks, and just want to congratulate so many of our newly elected activists and delegates as well. You know, I've been asked by many, why is the state controller running for vice chair of the California Democratic Party? You have power now serving as our state controller. And let me just make one thing clear. Position is not power. You know, achieving results to improve people's lives is power. And that's what I believe this Democratic Party is all about. I'm running for vice chair of the California Democratic Party to really align our actions to the lived experiences of so many Californians, for every Californian throughout our great state, who are experiencing every day struggles and hardships that really speak to our growing inequality and our deepening inequities. And as I have traveled the state even prior to the pandemic, as I do as an activist, as a lifelong Democratic grassroots activist, this is what I have witnessed, that this party needs to be in all parts of the state. And as your vice chair, I will be sure that we have a year-round organizing and outreach program in every part of the state. I will be sure that we are looking at how we identify leaders who look like the great diversity of California to be elected representatives at all levels of our government. But also as an elected leader in California, I want to be the bridge between the grassroots activists and our elected officials. I believe all of our elected leaders should be standing up for the party and should be held accountable as you hold me accountable. I show up, you take me to task, and I expect that. That's what I signed up for. But the other thing I want to say is this. As the largest Democratic Party in the United States, the California Democratic Party has to be the standard bearer for racial and economic equity and justice, period. And how do we do that? We do that by going into communities that we've not been to. The red and purple parts of this state are our frontier as Democrats, to grow the party, to look at where our leadership is going to emerge from. And in Los Angeles County, I know that we're all going to work hard to take back CD 25 and CD 39. And this is not just about 2022, because when we're attacked at every front, including the upcoming recall that may qualify, we have to be at the ready. I'm a proven fundraiser for this party. Many of you know that I have stepped foot throughout Los Angeles County during my time as an activist and as an elected official, and I have been to every county in California, and believe that I can build this year-round program of engaging voters, not just months ahead of an election, but how we bring information and how we begin to show that government works for people. Our great legislature just approved billions of dollars in COVID relief this past week, and we should be on the ground right now helping our small business owners, helping families who have been in need for so long during this pandemic. So I'm really up to the task to do this work, but I need all of you to really join me. This is about how we lift each other up. Within this party, there are places we've not gone because we have focused on areas where we have deep pockets of money and where we have large concentrations of voters. And I can tell you, we live in a great state where every single corner of this state deserves our presence and where everyone deserves to be lifted up. And so I'm thrilled to be running for this seat. I'm very excited to have the great support of many Los Angeles leaders, including Congressmembers Judy Chu, Adam Schiff, Brad Sherman, Nanette Barragan, our state senators, Anthony Portantino, Henry Stern, Ben Allen, and Senator Bradford and Elena DeRosa. But more importantly, the men and women of labor are standing up with me. California Federation of Teachers, our state building trades, UFCW Local 5, SEIU, UHW, California Professional Firefighters, because I have stood with them. The California Democratic Party is for working people. And as we look at what this pandemic and what this recession has done and what our economy is about, it is about finally being sure that everybody has equal opportunity. And this is the work that we will do as a party. The state party needs to be a vehicle for all of our local county committees. That is the way we are going to build this party, strengthen our party, and be sure that we are engaging voters year round, and that we are going to have leadership at the state party that will be inclusive, and also looking at reforms that are always going to be in order in terms of improving how we have the operations of this party really reflect the needs of all Democrats in the state. So I'd be honored to have your endorsement and vote tonight, and I'm ready to get to work. Many of you know me. The ones who don't know me, I am a grassroots activist on the ground through and through. And if it weren't for the pandemic, I would be right there in person in many of our communities. I will just end by saying this. Those who have had tough campaigns.
That is time. Thank you, Ms. Yee. Thank you so much. Okay, our next candidate for vice chair for self-identified female, Ms. Jenny Bach. If we could spotlight Ms. Bach. Ms. Bach, is there someone who you would like to yield your time to?
Yes, Ms. Kristen Hubbard after my remarks.
Understood. How many minutes would you like to yield to Ms. Hubbard?
1 minute.
1 minute. Okay, you have 4 minutes. The clock starts now.
Thank you. Good evening, LA Democrats, and happy Women's History Month. Thanks so much for having me here tonight. My name is Jenny Bach, pronouns she, her, hers, and I have had the great privilege of serving as your CDP secretary for the past 4 years. I'm a direct product of this party's pipeline and its values, and I represent the voices of young people who have given their all to this party. As a daughter of Vietnamese refugees, I watched my family fight for everything that they have. Their working class values has taught me to earn everything through grit and hard work. But no one achieves anything alone. And fortunately for me, I've had the opportunities I've been given because of this. I've had the opportunities I've been given to be able to serve others because of this party. And this is why I continue to fight for families like my own and for young women of color who are traditionally forgotten and not given the access that they deserve. My parents have gone through a lot as refugees to this country, but my generation has gone through a lot too. We have faced 2 major global recessions, multiple school shootings and violence, climate change, the Me Too movement, social justice movements, and police reform, and currently violent hate crimes against the API community, all during a deadly pandemic. And as the adage goes, if you see something, do something. And as a leader, I have gotten to work. Only in this party can a young Southeast Asian woman of color like myself is able to share my voice, platform, and stage with the greatest activists and leaders in California. And only in this party can we push for democratic values, CalCare and Medicare for all, environmental justice, gender equity, the fight for 15, and invest in the future of young people and immigrants. We have a lot looming ahead of us. We've been threatened by misinformation harming our communities. We're facing the threat of a recall that will take leadership to fight against and raise the funds for it. We're looking into 2022 and that's just around the corner, and we need to be steady and focused. So LA Democrats, we have a lot of work ahead, and I will be right here with you as I have been. Being here with all of you tonight really gives me the encouragement because together we can show the world that this party is full of people that have and will continue to achieve extraordinary change. I'm proud of the diverse coalition of endorsements I've received from all over the state, including Mark Gonzalez, Drexel Hurd, Hannah Cho, from California Young Democrats to elected leaders like Pro Tem Tony Atkins, Speaker Anthony Rendon, Assemblymember Santiago, Insurance Commissioner Lara, Assemblymember Carrillo, and Assemblymember Gibson. In 2017, CDP activists stood by me as we made history by electing a young Democrat for the first time in over 20 years. And I'm asking you to once again stand with me as we continue to really push ahead. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight, and I would be honored to earn your endorsement for party vice chair. Now it's with great pleasure to call on a young leader who has supported and inspired so many within this party, and I yield my time to Kristen Hubbard. Thank you.
Thank you. Hubbard, you have 1 second. How much time do you have left? Ms. Hubbard, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Los Angeles County Democrats, it is my pleasure to be here with you this evening. I am a delegate out of Assembly District 54, and I'm also an executive board member of the California Democratic Party. It was back in 2017 as the newly christened president of the Black Los Angeles Young Democrats that I met Jenny. Jenny was fast moving and inspirational on the campaign trail to become the secretary of the California Democratic Party. but no pace stopped her movement away from the people. She was consistently available and encouraging. Fast forward to 2021, a newly cemented member of the DNC, I still look to Ginny for inspiration and mentorship. Ginny has been responsive, she's been a problem solver, and she's been ever present. But moreover, Ginny represents the future of the California Democratic Party. I think it's a good problem to have, having so many qualified women of color for this role, but I wholeheartedly believe that Ginny can be the leader to this party that she has consistently been to the next generation of leaders. Ginny reminds me that inspiration is the highest calling of leadership, and stepping into each and every opportunity that I've taken up in this party, Ginny has been no short of one phone call away. She has consistently bridged gaps in between the work that she does professionally and her leadership in the party to bring about tangible results and progressive values, from earned income tax credit to other progressive motions and moves that uplift some of the neediest Californians that are so often unheard but relied upon in our party. I believe that Ginny has broken many glass ceilings for young women like me, and I believe that she can continue to inspire people unhinged and oftentimes many spaces away from the party, and bring them in, share with them her story and reasons and ways that they should be as involved as young women and young men as we are. I hope that you support Ginny Bach for Vice Chair of the California Democratic Party.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you both. Moving on to our final endorsement consideration for chair, Ms. Delane Easton. Ms. Delane Easton, are you there?
I'm here.
Ms. Easton, I understand you are yielding your time to Wade Alexander, Linda Perez, Christine Shimzu, and Hans Johnson. Is it to my understanding they have 1 minute each?
Yes, and then I'll conclude with 1 minute for myself.
Understood. Okay, Mr. Alexander, you have 1 minute.
All right, it's good. Hello, can you hear me?
Your 1 minute starts now, sir.
All right, so over the weekend in Nevada, a progressive slate won their state party elections and elected Judith Whitmer to become their party chair. Now it's the time for progressives to take charge in the California Democratic Party, and we can do it with Delane Easton. Delane is a progressive with a long history of leadership and activism in our state, at the municipal and the state level. She served as a councilwoman in Union City. She served in the California State Assembly, and she served as the California State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I believe Delane is the right candidate because she is committed to getting fossil fuel and dark money out of our party and out of politics. She is committing to democratizing the party and making our party more transparent. Let's move our party forward and elect Delane Easton to be the next chair of our party. Vote for Delane.
Thank you, sir. 4 minutes are left. Miss Linda Perez, you have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Linda. I am very honored to speak on behalf of Ms. Easton. She has been in politics for many years, and I'm glad she's back. She's a woman of integrity, a leader that has been around and always voted. I always voted for her, and I truly believe in her because she has integrity and love for the people and our country. We need people like her to bring this party together. We need trustworthy leaders in LACDP and the party in general. We need people that will represent us. The
3 seconds.
friends have to go. Thank you.
Time, Ms. Perez. Thank you so much. 3 minutes left. Christine Shimzu. Could we spotlight Ms. Shimzu? And I apologize if I'm not saying that correctly. You have 1 minute.
There we go. Hi, can you hear me now? There we go. Hi there. Thank you very much. This is such an honor. Okay, Let me get started. I endorse Delane Easton to be the next chair of the CDP because she's an innovative leader, an honest leader, and a compassionate leader. She got awards for getting some major environmental legislation passed when she was on the California State Assembly. She has a proven track record for being able to work with everyone, heading up staffs of 2 different governors, 1 Democrat and 1 Republican. She's an honest leader. Delane is not going to sign a pledge saying she won't accept fossil fuel industry donations and then privately accept $330,000. In fact, she has never accepted any corporate donations and never will. She is committed to bringing transparency to the CDP, fostering a culture that allows and encourages everyone to participate and to be heard. She's a compassionate leader, a huge supporter of Cal Care Beer AB 1400, and with Delane as the CDP chair, the first woman since the 80s to be the chair, I believe we will have enough momentum.
Okay, there are 2 minutes remaining. Mr. Hans Johnson, you have 1 minute, sir.
Good evening, Democrats. What do you learn from 26 years in elected public service? One of the things you learn is the comfort with being held accountable and telling the truth. And one of the things that Delane Easton brings to our party at a time when we need it greatly is even-handedness. She will tell the truth even when it's uncomfortable. We need that in our party. She'll build trust and strengthen the governance structures of our party so that everyone feels an investment in our party's success. And she'll set a tone of openness and inclusion that we badly need in our party. We have gone more than 30 years without a woman in the chair of our party, which is led and built and sustained by the labor, ingenuity, and service of women from the grassroots upward since 1987. And that's why we need Delane Easton as chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And the final minute goes to Miss Delane Easton. Can we spotlight Miss Easton?
My thanks to Wade and Linda and Chris and Hans for their supportive remarks. Women really are the backbone of the California Democratic Party. We need to celebrate and elevate women to leadership and open the doors to women leaders as fully equal partners in building our party. And that starts at the top. It's been over 35 years since we elected a woman to lead the party. It's time for a change. I know that I can and will unite our party to get us together on a mission to win back those 4 seats we lost in Congress, make sure we are competitive enough to elect Democrats all over our state. And it's how I have led in every position I've held. As someone said, we need a teacher to control the chaos. Our party has to face some hard truths. Too often we do not operate by the values we say we hold dear. I will make our party an organization that is known for being true to our values in the way we run, in the way we fund, in the way we win. And win we will when I am chair. Thank you all for your consideration. I hope to earn your vote.
That is time. Thank you so much, Miss Easton. Our final candidate for chair, Chairman Rusty Hicks. Mr. Chair, are you there? Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, is there someone who you would like to yield your time to?
No, it'll just be me this evening.
Understood. You have 5 minutes. The clock starts now. The floor is yours.
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you for that introduction. And Los Angeles County Democrats, it's great to be here with you this evening. I know you've had a long evening already, and there's a long evening ahead, so I will keep my comments fairly brief. Let me simply say that you know me, and I know you. You know me as the political director and the president of the LA County Federation of Labor, supporting nearly 300 local unions and 800,000 workers. And you know me as your chair of the California Democratic Party for the last 18 months. I know you because you do the work. You're the ones that make the phone calls and knock on the doors when we knocked on doors, and send the text messages and make the contributions and write the handwritten notes and send all the pieces of mail, and you do the work. And I also know what we have done together. We raised the wages of nearly 1 million workers to $15 an hour. We built more affordable homes and created good jobs. We created good jobs for those who were formerly incarcerated, good union jobs in the construction industry. We won campaign after campaign after campaign, changing the face of Los Angeles. And we've grown the LACDP, we've grown our party to more than 3 million Democrats strong. As your chair for the last 18 months, I've been proud to work with all of you to help stabilize our party and quickly turn to the work in the most important election of our lifetime, engaging more than 57,000 Democrats across the state, thousands of which are right there in Los Angeles County. But it's not necessarily about what we've done, it's about what we will do. We've got the opportunity to come together and organize as hard after Election Day as we organize before Election Day, to pass important policies like CalCare and a Green New Deal and criminal justice reform and housing as a human right, immigrant rights, LGBTQ rights, and so much more. We've got the opportunity to invest in our party, our communications, telling our story in a new and different way. We've got the opportunity to take the lead of LACDP to recruit and train the next generation of public servants and grassroots leaders. We've got the opportunity to invest in our small dollar donor network, raising the small dollar contributions that it takes to fund the work of this party. And we've got the opportunity to continue to make the cultural change that we started in some 2 years ago. I'm incredibly proud of what we've been able to do together to move our party forward in the last 18 months. I was proud, incredibly proud to carry your endorsement in 2019, and I'd be honored to have your support again in my bid for re-election as chair of the California Democratic Party. Join me and let's get to work. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, you have 1 minute and 40 seconds. Would you like to continue that time or would you like to yield that to somebody else?
I'm sure the body can find plenty to do with 1 minute and 45 seconds, so I'll yield back to the chair. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Okay, moving forward, that is the final count of all of our candidates running tonight. Just to reiterate to folks, we are going to go straight to a vote. It is going to be through the poll function, correct? And just so folks know, the poll will appear on your screen. Those of you who were credentialed in before 6:45 will be able to vote. Those of you who were not or observers will be moved out into the waiting room so that we can allow voting members to cast their votes. As a reminder, we heard from for Controller Norma Alcala, April Barrett, for Secretary Melahat Rafi and Diana Love, for Vice Chair David Campos, Duraka Larimore Hall, for Vice Chair Self-Identified Female Betty Yee and Jenny Bach, Chair Delane Easton, and Rusty Hicks. Staff will move non-voting members into the waiting room so that credentialed members can cast their vote. Give us 1 second. While folks are waiting, just a reminder, you will have the option of each of the candidates for each of the respective races. You'll have the option of no endorsement, and you will have the option of abstention. Please keep in mind that abstentions do not count toward the total of the vote for that particular race. So you will have the two candidates listed for each race with the option of no endorsement and abstention. You should see in front of you a poll, please. For those of you using an iPad, what was that?
You have to tap the poll in progress.
You have to tap the poll in progress.
That shows up on the top of your screen.
That shows up on the top of your screen, and then you get the poll. I'll repeat that. For those of you on an iPad, say that again.
You have to tap, it says poll in progress.
It says poll in progress at the top of your screen.
Tap that.
Tap that.
And then you get the pop-up that shows the poll.
And then you get the pop-up that shows the poll. That is for folks who are on their iPad. And just as a reminder for folks, you have to select one option as you scroll through the poll to be able to submit the results of your vote for the poll. You have 1 minute. Our timekeeper will have 1 minute on the clock.
Not working.
15 seconds. Who's up? Ms. Perez, you have to hit every single selection in the poll, and then that will allow you to submit. Poll is ended now. Staff will tally the results.
Hi, everyone. We are just, we're working on counting the abstentions. And as soon as we calculate up the actual votes, excluding abstentions, we'll just launch the actual results. So just give us a second. Thanks. Oh, hang on. Mark is going to announce the votes by, hold on.
Mhm.
Good evening, everyone. So we're almost done counting, as you can imagine. If you have been in an in-person meeting before, you know this actually takes a little bit more time than we anticipate, so we appreciate your patience. I know that there were a lot of people who could not hit the submit button. There are a lot of people who did not vote all on every race. That is why they could not hit the submit button. If you accidentally exited out of your ballot, that is a technical issue that we cannot relaunch the poll for an individual person. So that is on the member, unfortunately. In this case, the amount of folks who have voted and the results of this race, as we are looking at them right now, is overwhelming enough for that not to result in a change. And I know that people are asking, I know Mr. Lieberman, you're asking how many members in that situation. It's impossible to say. If we were in person, if somebody did not complete a ballot, that ballot would have been spoiled. That is something, I know there's a lot of new members. I'm happy to explain that piece of it. And that's what would happen in person. So we are going to continue with this race. Mr. Koretz, I'm just going to answer your question real quick because I see that you have a quick question.
Yeah, my question was, my ballot wouldn't let me get from the first page. So I was absolutely stuck and had no way to vote. And this was not on me. This is on the process.
Technical issues always happen. I'm not entirely sure. It seems that 227 other people could have didn't have that problem. We're almost done. Yeah, and just to be clear, all you have to do is scroll on polls. There are no pages. You literally just scroll.
Folks, these results that were posted on the poll are not final. I need to read off those results as we bring people in, so I will explain. But I have the numbers. Understood, I have that. So bring them in. So the poll is shared on the screen, but I will read you the actual results as we bring people in from the waiting room. Just bring them.
I'm afraid of what I'm saying to you is if they can't see this poll right now, the people that are in this room, you need to read off.
Did you launch the poll? Did they see the poll?
Everybody can see the shared results right now. If we let people in, I'm afraid it might go away.
Yeah, that's fine. I have the results.
They need, this room needs to see these results.
So you want me to announce the results twice? Okay, got it. All right, folks. So I'm going to go ahead and announce the results. I'm going to do this twice so that folks can see the poll on here so nobody creates conspiracies about how this was done. So I'm going to go ahead and read the results. In the race for controller, there were 221 votes cast. 60% equals 133. Norma Alcala received 66. No endorsement received 5. April Verrett received 150. Therefore, April Verrett is our endorsed candidate for CDP controller. For secretary, there were 219 votes cast. Melahat received 117. Diana Love received 99. No endorsement received 3. 60% was 132 were needed for 60%. Therefore, there's no consensus in the secretary race. In the vice chair, other than self-identified female, there were 212 votes cast, 128 were needed for 60%. No endorsement received 13. Doraka Larimore Hall received 53. David Campos received 146. Therefore, David Campos is our endorsed candidate for CDP vice chair other than self-identified female. For vice chair for self-identified female, there were 221 votes cast, 133 were needed for 60%. No endorsement received 10. Jenny Bach received 52. Betty E received 159. Therefore, Betty E is our endorsed candidate for vice chair for self-identified female. For chair, there were 225 votes cast. 135 were needed for 60%. No endorsement received 3. Delane Easton received 55. Rusty Hicks received 167. Therefore, Rusty Hicks is our endorsed candidate for California Democratic Party chair. I will read those results again as we bring in our guest, correct? Awesome. All right, everybody, welcome back. I know that we had some guests in the waiting room. We wanted you to be able to, those of you who are voting members, to be able to see the poll first before it disappeared on a technical, huh? What? Oh, okay, good. We're gonna share the poll results again, but just remember that abstentions do not count toward the total votes when you are casting your vote for the total for each race. So I'm gonna read those again for those of you who are guests. And those of you who are taking notes. For controller, there were 221 votes cast, 133 were needed for 60%. No endorsement received 5. Norma Alcala received 66. April Verrett received 150. Therefore, April Verrett is our endorsed candidate for controller for the California Democratic Party. For secretary, there were 219 votes cast. 132 were needed for 60%. Melahat Rafi received 117. Diana Love received 99. No endorsement received 3. Therefore, we are no consensus in the California Democratic Party secretary race. In the vice chair, other than self-identified female, there were 212 votes cast. 128 were needed for 60%. David Campos received 146 votes. Duraka Larimore Hall received 53 votes. No endorsement received 13. With that, David Campos is our endorsed candidate for the vice chair other than self-identified female. For vice chair for self-identified female, there were 221 votes cast. 133 were needed for 60%. Betty Yu received 159. Jenny Bach received 52. No endorsement received 10. Therefore, Betty Yee is our endorsed candidate for vice chair for self-identified female. And finally, for chair, there were 225 votes cast. 135 were needed for 60%. No endorsement received 3. Delane Easton received 55, and Chairman Rusty Hicks received 167. Therefore, Chairman Rusty Hicks is our endorsed candidate for the LA County Democratic Party. So thank you all so much. If it's, give me 1 second. This just in. Since votes were announced, motion to
rerun a poll.
Okay, so the executive director and I were communicating with the parliamentarian. Since votes were announced, a motion to rerun a poll is out of order. So let's, if we can we give 30 seconds to each of the candidates who received our endorsement tonight? Can we start with April Verrett? Are you still here?
Yes, I am still here.
Ms. Verrett, if you'd like to just give 30 seconds, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I need that long. I want to thank all of the folks who voted for me. I want to thank all of the LA Democrats. I look forward to winning your support, but most importantly, I look forward to keeping your support. I know that if elected to be controller of this party, it's going to take all of us to work together to strengthen our party, and I look forward to doing that with all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Verrett. There was no consensus in the secretary race. Moving on to the vice chair, other than self-identified female, Mr. Campos, are you still there?
I'm here, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you, Los Angeles County Democratic Party. It means a great deal to me. My parents are in LA County right now asking me what happened, so I'm happy to tell them that their Democratic Party endorsed their son for this race, and I'm very honored. And as Ms. Verrett said, I plan to do everything I can to keep your support and your endorsement. It means a great deal. Thank you very much, and thank you for all you do. And I know that you're going to continue to work, so thank you for staying late doing your work.
Thank you, Mr. Campos. Congratulations. Vice Chair, self-identified female, Ms. Betty Yee, are you still on with us?
I am, Chairman Gonzalez. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for your support. Just really short, really appreciated the process, and I am so ready to get to work side by side with all of you, and let's get out there and win our elections. This means a lot to me. Many old friends, but a lot of new friends, and I'm ready to just have us work together and do what we got to get done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Yee. And finally, Chairman Rusty Hicks, are you still on with us, sir?
I am. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to say thank you to all of the delegates, LA County Democrats. It's great to have your support. And I just simply, as I always say, let's get to work. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Chairman Hicks, and thank you so much to everybody for participating with us tonight, and thank you to the staff and the volunteers for tallying the votes. We want to make sure that everything is fair and that everybody gets to cast their vote fairly, So we are only halfway through tonight, but the next agenda items should be fairly quick. We're going to go ahead and go on to item 9, Assembly District endorsements. Let me go over here for a second. Members, a consent calendar was emailed to you. That you can also access the consent calendar on the website. If you do not have it in front of you, staff will put it in the chat. At this time, I will entertain any pulls. We'll go through each assembly district for recommendation committee. If there is a member of that assembly district or recommending committee who wishes to pull an item, please raise your hand when I get to your AD committee. You must use the raise hand function to be recognized during the endorsement process unless you're having technical trouble. Please alert staff if you are. If It will take then 40 raised hands by eligible credentialed voters to second for a successful poll. To ensure some accuracy, we will take a list of names who wish to poll first and then go through the seconding. I would like to entertain a motion to give those who wish to poll 30 seconds to speak on why they would like to pull their race, starting with Assembly District 64. Is there anybody who wishes to pull from Assembly District 64? Is there anybody who wishes to pull from Assembly District 64? Ms. Calhoun.
I just have a question. I want to make sure I did it right. The only race that we are going to be talking about is the mayor's race since we didn't come to conclusion. Everything else is on the consent agenda, correct?
Thank you so much for reminding me. Yes, in Assembly District 64, the race is not on the consent calendar, is the Compton City Mayor. In Assembly District 64 local races, we have Compton City Council District 3. We have Compton City, let me rephrase that. Compton City Council District 3, Harriet Robinson Blue is recommended. Compton City Clerk, Attila Godwin is recommended for Compton City Clerk, and for Compton City Treasurer, Brandon Mims. But to answer your question, in Assembly District 54 for Compton City Mayor, there was a no consensus vote. Okay, seeing no other hands for Assembly District 64. In Assembly District 66, is there anyone from Assembly District 66 who wishes to pull an item? Please raise your virtual hand now. Please keep your hand up so we know to call you on the list. Is there anyone from Assembly District 66 who wishes to pull a race off the consent calendar from this AD? Seeing or hearing none. I'm sorry. Ms. Fortner.
Yeah, is it possible, you have to be in the assembly district to pull the race? Because I would love to see this race pulled.
Correct. It takes one person from that assembly district plus 40 cards.
Nobody wants to do it?
I don't see anybody, Ms. Fortner. Moving forward, Mr. Brown from Assembly District 45. For what purpose do you rise, sir?
Made an error of hitting buttons. I'm sorry.
No worries. Okay, so seeing no other hands, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Jose Sandoval moved. Is there a second? Seconded by Stephen Alari. Any discussion? Please raise your hands. Seeing or hearing none, all those in favor of adopting the Assembly District 64 and Assembly District 66, please use the raised hand function on the participants tab. Please raise your hands. Staff will take account. Okay, hands down. All those in opposition to the consent calendar, please raise your hands. Staff, please clear the deck. All those in opposition to the consent calendar, please raise your hands. Any abstentions? Please clear the deck. Any abstentions? Okay, with 80 in favor of adopting the consent calendar, and how many were in opposition? 10 in opposition. The consent calendar is adopted. Just so folks know, again, Assembly District 64, Harriet Robinson Blue, Compton City Council District 3. Attila Godwin, Compton City Clerk. Brandon Mims, Compton City Treasurer. And Compton City Council District 2, there was no recommendation. In Assembly District 66, Danielle Rittenhouse for Hermosa Beach City Council in a special election. Congratulations to our LACDP endorsed candidates in those assembly districts. No consensus races. There is one race where the recommendation committee failed to reach a consensus. Under our rules, this race must go directly to a single round of voting. We will start or only go with Assembly District 64, who will give their report on the races where they have yet to reach a consensus. Once complete, we will give candidates 1 minute to address the body before the vote. Do I hear a motion to allow candidates to speak for 1 minute? Who? Daryl Sweeney moved. It is seconded by Angie Medina. Okay. All those in favor of allowing candidates to speak for up to 1 minute, please raise your virtual hands. All those in favor, please raise your virtual hands. You have a count? Okay, hands down. All those in opposition to allowing candidates 1 minute to speak, please raise your hands. Staff, clear the deck. I did forget to ask for discussion, so let me start over on that. I apologize. Is there any discussion for allowing the candidates 1 minute to speak? Please raise your hand. Ms. Pat Sanders, to what purpose do you rise? I can't hear Pat.
She wasn't raising her hand.
I'm sorry?
She wasn't raising her hand. It was
Okay.
a mistake.
Gretchen Morris, to what purpose do you rise? Gretchen Morris? Hold on. Mr. Carrillo?
You wonder, did you raise your hand? No, I didn't either. That's what I was saying.
Well, hello, everyone. Sorry about that. The chair needed to take a small break. We will now hear from the candidates. How many candidates do we have, Drexel? I'm sorry. We have 3 candidates. Is there any particular order we hear from?
Just what's on the consent calendar.
Yeah, I don't have it in front of me. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that, gentlemen. Okay, we will be hearing from the candidates for mayor. We have 3 candidates. The body voted to give each person a 1 minute time frame, and we will hear from the candidates in the order they are on the consent calendar that was issued today. So now we'll hear from candidate for Compton Mayor, James Hayes. Mr. Hayes, are you in the room? Okay, sorry about that. I needed to unmute myself and I wasn't a host, so I apologize for that. All right, so at this time, I guess in order to, we did not apparently vote on the 1 minute, but I will entertain a motion for 2 minutes. Let's just have a 2-minute speech and hopefully that works. So is there a motion to approve a 2-minute speech per candidate? There is a motion. Is there a second? It has been seconded. Okay, at this time, is there any discussion on the motions? I see some hands, so I will call Mr. Robinson, Brent Robinson. Brent Robinson.
Because we were in discussion before and we had moved forward, I was going to call for the question for us to then go ahead and vote after the last inquiry. But again, we have moved forward. It appeared there was no discussion before. And so I was trying to make sure we were moving on with business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Mendoza, your hand is up. For discussion, Mr. Mendoza, Eddie Mendoza. Mr. Mendoza? Jacob, tell him to just give me access.
Mr. Carrillo, I'm back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, so I understand that we are in discussion to allow candidates 2 minutes to speak and we're addressing the raised hands, correct, Mr. Carrillo? Okay, so Eddie Mendoza was called on. Bobby Boucher?
No, it was a mistake. I had it up for something else before.
Okay.
Mistake
Jose
for me.
Sandoval? Mr. Jose Sandoval?
Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Okay, just double checking here. So there was a motion to call the question. We need to vote to terminate debate and then take a vote on the question. Okay, so all those in favor of terminating debate, please raise your hands. All those in favor of terminating debate, please raise your hands. All those, clear the deck staff, all those in opposition to terminating debate, please raise your hands. Okay, all those, please staff clear the hands, please. Any abstentions? Okay, thank you, everybody. The motion to call the question to terminate debate takes a 2/3 vote. There were 101 votes cast, 90 in favor to terminate debate, and 11 in opposition. So moving forward, the question has been called. All those in favor of allowing the candidates for Assembly District 64, Compton City Mayor 2 minutes, please raise your hands. Okay, clear the hands, please. All those in opposition for allowing the candidates 2 minutes to speak, please raise your hand. Okay, clear the hands, please, staff. Any abstentions? Seeing or hearing none, it takes a simple majority with 9 in opposition to allowing the candidates 2 minutes to speak, with 86 in favor. The motion carries. So we will allow the candidates for Compton City Mayor 2 minutes each to speak. And I apologize, there was a typo here. It's not Attila Godwin for Compton City Clerk, it's Alita. My apologies for that. It was a mistake on our end, and we will fix it moving forward. I apologize, and thank you for those of you correcting that in the chat. So let's go ahead and move forward to Compton City Mayor candidates, James Hayes, Lamar Willis, and Emma Sharif. Mr. Hayes, are you on, sir? Before we move on to the candidates for Compton City Mayor, Mr. Sweeney, to what purpose do you rise, sir?
We had a motion that was voted on, Mr. Chair, already for the 1 minute. So either that motion, somebody on.
We didn't have any discussion, so we had to redo the vote, and there was a motion to allow the candidates 2 minutes to speak.
Okay.
So we had to redo the vote.
Because the candidates had already prepared for a minute. Now you're expanding it to 2 minutes. So
they don't have to use their full 2 minutes. They can only use 1 minute, or they can yield their remaining time.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Understood. Okay, seeing no further hands. For Compton City Mayor James Hayes, could we spotlight Mr. Hayes, please? Ms. Cho, are you the timekeeper, please?
Yeah.
Understood. Okay, Mr. Hayes, you have 2 minutes. The clock starts now.
Good evening, Central Committee members, and I'm proud to be before you tonight as a colleague. As you know, I serve in the 64th Assembly District as the Vice Chair, and I'm running for Mayor of the City of Compton. And I'm very serious about it because I believe that over the last 20 years, Compton has failed to invest or misinvested its dollars as it relates to infrastructure, not only its physical infrastructure, but also its governmental infrastructure. And I want to combat that. I want to turn that around. I want to refocus Compton according to a policy planning agenda. I want to do some real capital improvement projects. And I want to get serious about investing Compton dollars in Compton's young people. Compton's failed to do that for the last 20 years. For 20 years, nothing has been invested specifically for Compton's youth. I'm talking about children and young adults between the ages of 8 and 25. We have done nothing for them. I am proposing a $15 million, three-year initiative for investment in Compton's youth. This will be all about providing in-school programs that will divert our children away from gangs and drugs. It will be about summer youth employment. It will be about apprenticeship programs co-sponsored by our unions. It will be about putting Compton's young people to work. And that is vitally important as we see crime rates rise, as we see drug abuse rise. We have to get our young people working. And that's what my candidacy is all about. I want to go after the dollars. I want to specify for young people, because as you know, as it relates to economic development, if you don't have the component that deals specifically with the youth of your community, you're not doing actual community development. So this is what I'm all about, and that's why I'm seeking your support tonight. I want to turn Compton around. I want to bring back a level of pride and dignity.
That is time, Mr. Hayes. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. To our next candidate, Lamar Willis for 2 minutes. Could we spotlight Lamar Willis? He's not in the room. Is there anybody speaking on behalf of Mr. Lamar Willis? Seeing none, moving forward. Emma Sharif, are you on with us, Ms. Sharif?
Oh, yes, I'm here.
Hi, Ms. Sharif. You have 2 minutes. The clock starts now.
Thank you. First, let me say thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Emma Sharif, and I am a candidate for the mayor of Compton. Let me tell you who I am, what I'm running, why I'm running, and what I want to do. I'm a 30-year resident of Compton. I raised my 4 children in the city. I'm a former Compton School Board member and currently serving on the city council. Also a former delegate for AD 64. I am running to continue my passion for public service. And I am running because we have delivered on street repairs, completing $5.9 million and approving an additional $45 million for street repairs. We delivered on tree trimming with a contract of $1.2 million, economic development and graffiti removal throughout the city. I'm running to contribute to the work that we started in regards to the homeless task force. And because I'm the only candidate with experience that can hit the ground running on day one. I think that's very important, that we do not lose any time here as far as continue moving the city forward. What I want to do, we have to address the COVID-19 healthcare disparities. We have to also bring additional economic development and low income and affordable housing, and address the city's pension and the healthcare fund deficit. Also, we have to continue to focus on the state controller's audit that we are addressing, making sure that we have new policies and everything, and making sure the policies and the infrastructure there in the city is being addressed. So I'm here asking for your support for my candidacy for the mayor of Compton, and your support is very critical to the city of Compton, and I ask for your vote. Thank you.
10 seconds. Yep. You have 10 seconds, Ms. Sharif.
Okay, well, thank you. I thought I was going to have more time, so I was going to yield my time to someone else, but I'll yield that time back to the chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sharif. So we will now vote on those candidates who are eligible for endorsement in this race. We will move non-eligible voters into the virtual breakout room now. As staff moves those individuals who are non-voting members into the breakout room, I will give the voting members their options and then announce the results when we bring everybody back in. So staff.
Hello, everyone. We're going to be opening up this break room in just a second. We are just making sure that those who are marked non-voting, with the exception of the chair, is moved into a different room. So just 1 second.
All right, so for the voting members in the room, the options are James Hayes, Lamar Willis, Emma Sharif, the option of no endorsement. So staff will launch the poll now.
Good evening, everyone. Just so you know, there's only one ballot. There's only one thing you have to vote for, but you have to click something to submit.
Folks will have 2 minutes to cast their vote in this race. James Hayes, Lamar Willis, Emma Sharif, no endorsement, and the option of abstentions. Of unabstention, excuse me. 60% threshold for the $30 seconds. $15 seconds. The poll is concluding. We're going to add up the votes now. Let's announce it. Announce it here. Got it. Okay, so for consistency, we're going to announce the results twice, once to you all in the room, and then we'll announce it to the guests and bring them back in. For Compton City Mayor, there were 125 votes cast, 50 for James Hayes, 2 for Lamar Willis, 38 for Emma Sharif, and 35 for no endorsement. 75 were needed for 60%, so therefore we have no consensus in the Compton City Mayor race. If staff can bring in the guests, and then I will read the results. Okay, it's my understanding that everybody in the guest waiting room is back, so I'm going to read the results again. For Compton City Mayor, there were 125 votes cast, 75 were needed for 60%. James Hayes received 50, Lamar Willis received 2, Emma Sharif received 38, no endorsement received 35, so therefore we are no consensus in the Compton City Mayor race. Thank you so much. Moving on to item number 10 on the agenda, standing committee reports. We will begin with resolutions from Tony Hale and Mary Rose Ortega.
All right, thank you. Mary Rose will start us off.
Okay.
I'm now unmuted. Okay, the first one. There are 7 resolutions today, and I will start with the first, and we will do the second, and we'll continue that way. Okay, condemning hate and violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Therefore, it be resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party vehemently denounces violent attacks and continued racist and xenophobic rhetoric against AAPI communities, calls on our elected officials to condemn anti-Asian sentiment in any and all forms, and strongly supports the AAPI community to feel safe and included in Los Angeles County. One of the sponsors left out was Clark Lee, but do I hear a motion to support? Is there a motion? How about a second? Okay, I have a motion to support and a second. Is there any discussion? I see no hands raised, so I think we're going to vote. Everyone, I guess, do I do it or?
Yeah.
Everyone in support, raise your hand.
Okay, staff is gonna take account. Mary Rose will help you with this. So all those in support on the resolution, which one is this one? I'm sorry.
The condemning hate and violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders.
Correct. So all those in favor of this motion, you can change. Okay, please keep your hands up. Staff is taking account. Okay, clear the hands, please. All those in opposition to supporting this resolution, please raise your hand. Okay, staff will clear the deck. Any abstentions?
We don't need abstentions with these votes,
Oh, I
according to
apologize.
Gary.
You're right. Okay, with how many? With 128 in support of the resolutions and 2 in opposition, the motion to support condemning hate and violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders passes.
Great.
Bonnie?
So moving on to our next one, calling for state audit of the Metropolitan Water District. This has been an issue that's been in the newspapers. Reading the resolve, therefore be it resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party calls upon the Joint Legislative Audit Committee to approve an audit of all personal policies and practices of the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, including all human resources and safety procedures and policies to guarantee that workers have a safe working environment free from sexual harassment, bullying, discrimination, and retaliation. And be it further resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party shall communicate this resolution to California Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon and Rudy Salas, Jr., Chair of the Joint Legislative Audit Committee. Is there a motion to pass this resolution? I see one. I see a second. Is there any discussion? Please hold up your hands if you have any discussion. Last call, hold up any hands if you have any discussion. Seeing none, let's move on to a vote. All in favor of passing the resolution, please hold up your hands. Please hold them up until we hear from staff.
Okay, staff is taking account, Tony. Okay, hands down. Go ahead, Tony.
Okay, now all opposed, please hold up your hands.
Okay, Mr. Hale with 100, I'm sorry. With 104 in support and 3 in opposition, the motion to boycott the Shore Hotel in Santa Monica, is that the
Nope,
one?
wrong one, wrong one. The audit of the Metropolitan Water District.
Sorry. That motion carries, sir.
Thank you. Mary?
Okay, the next one is vaccinations for teachers and school staff in California. Therefore, be it resolved, the Los Angeles County Democratic Party calls on Governor Gavin Newsom to increase the number of vaccinations dedicated to educators and school staff. And be it further resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party will send this resolution to the United States Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona, Governor Gavin Newsom, California Superintendent of Instruction, Tony Thurman, Los Angeles School Board President, Kelly Gomez, and Los Angeles School District Superintendent, Austin Buettner. Is there a motion to support? And there's a motion to support and one to go again. Second. I guess we're ready for the vote.
It was moved and
Are there any
seconded.
questions? Anyone
we need
want
to
to speak on it?
Hold on. Let's clear the hands, please. Any discussion? Okay, Brian Menegino, is there a discussion, sir?
No, sorry. I was trying to unmute or
No.
lower my hand.
Nizio, your hand is up. To what purpose do you rise for the discussion on this resolution?
I would like to suggest adding COVID-19 to the word vaccinations, in the therefore be it resolved to increase the number of COVID-19 vaccinations for clarity, because there are many kinds of vaccinations, but the title of the resolution does not include COVID-19. I just think it should be in there more times than it is.
Mr. Hale, do we need the permission of the author to make the adjustment?
I don't think so. If that was a motion, then we can ask for are you making a motion?
Yes, I would make a motion.
Okay, so your exact change is to add COVID-19 to before vaccinations.
In the title?
And in the resolve, correct?
Yes, let me check.
The number of COVID-19, the number of COVID-19 vaccinations dedicated to educators.
That is right. Yes.
Okay. All right. So is there a second? I see I agree. Is that I believe there's a second. Okay, so Mary Rose, you can continue. I didn't mean to take it away from you. You can ask if there's any, is there any discussion about the motion? So if we could clear the hands and hold up your hands if there's discussion on this motion to change. Shannon Ross? Shannon Ross, did you have a point of discussion? Is Shannon?
She's actually here, but go ahead and move on to Ms.
Okay, Linda Bassett.
Hi, yes. One, isn't this already in motion? That they have recognized that teachers need to get priority on vaccinations. And two, as a former teacher, I think that somewhere in there should say, you know, for those teachers who request it, because not all teachers want it. And I think it's a human right to have a, you know, I would hate that they would force teachers to take this in order to teach. And as it doesn't say that, I'm worried that it would be taken that, you know, teachers need to have the vaccine to teach, and that's just against their human right. Thank you.
So that's it. We're voting on whether or not to add the word COVID to the head to the top where it says COVID vaccinations for teachers and schools.
Oh, is that what we're doing? Oh.
So we're into discussion of that.
Well, that's why my hand was raised. So.
No worries. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
Okay, so seeing no more discussion, let's go to a vote on the motion. Sergio, oh, so everyone in favor of the motion, please raise your hands, please. Let's wait for staff to let us know.
Mr. Hale, let's clear the hands, please. Miss Shannon Ross is having trouble trying to log on, so we're gonna let her speak. Okay, so are you at Sergio Computers now? I am. Staff, we're gonna clear the votes, Mr. Hale. We're gonna allow Shannon Ross, who has a discussion point on this item before we take the vote. Ms. Ross, I understand you're using Mr. Carrillo's computer, is that correct?
Yes, my sound is broken on mine. I apologize.
No worries, go ahead.
So I was actually one of the authors of this resolution, and I wanted to add the county supervisors to the list of contacts on the resolution, if possible.
Okay, so that's a motion. But we have a motion on the floor right now. We can add that to that when we're finished with this, with this motion. So unless there's any other discussion on this motion that's before us, please hold up your hands if you support the motion. We'll wait for staff to hear when to move on.
What was that? Okay, we have the count for this one, Mr. Hale. Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll clear, and please hold up your hands if you're opposed to the motion.
Mr. Hale, with 92 in support of the motion and 1 in opposition, the motion carries.
Okay, so the resolution now reads that COVID-19 vaccinations for teachers and school staff in California, and the resolve now reads that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party calls on Governor Gavin Newsom to increase the number of COVID-19 vaccinations dedicated to educators and school staff. So now we have another motion from Shannon Ross to add all the county supervisors onto the list of recipients of the resolution. Is that correct, Shannon?
If we can unmute Ms. Ross from Mr. Carrillo's computer. Ms. Ross, could you restate your motion, please, and where?
Yes, please add, if possible, of course, if we vote on it, the county supervisors as a list of recipients for the resolution.
Okay. So rather than go over all the names right now, I think it suffices to say we'll add all the LA County supervisors to the recipient list as a motion. Is there a motion? Is there a motion to a second for this motion? I see a second. So please hold up your hands if you have any discussion on this motion. Please hold up your hands if you have any discussion on this motion. Seeing none, let's move to the vote. If you support the motion, please raise your hand. And we will wait for staff to move on to the next.
Mr. Hale, we have the count for this one. Go ahead for the
Okay,
next topic.
so please hold up your hands if you oppose the motion.
Mr. Hale, there were 89 in support and there were 3 in opposition.
Great. So the motion passes. We will now add all the Los Angeles County supervisors to the recipient list in the be it further resolved clause. With that change, is there a motion to move forward with the resolution? I see a motion. Is there a second? I see a second. Is there any discussion? Please hold up your hand if there's any further discussion about this resolution. Seeing no hands raised, let's move on to a vote. All in favor of the resolution, please hold up your hands.
Okay, we have the tabulation of all those in favor. Go ahead, Mr. Hale.
All those opposed to the resolution, please raise your hands.
Okay, Mr. Hale, with 96 in support of the resolution and 1 in opposition, the motion passes.
Thank you. Mary Rose, would you like to do this next one or do you want to stay on our schedule?
And our schedules.
Okay. So the next resolution is support workers at the Lamerigo Hotel. The resolve reads, therefore be it resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party condemns the unfair labor practices of the Columbia Sussex Corporation, which owns the J.W. Marriott Santa Monica Lamerigo Hotel, and calls upon the corporation and its management to immediately abide by the law, follow orders from the National Labor Relations Board, and comply with all sanctions and settlements. Be it further resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party finds the Columbia Sussex Corporation and its management to have lost the trust of the community to be fair employers of hotel workers. Is there a motion to move forward with this resolution? I see a motion. Is there a second? I see a second. Please hold up your hands if you have any discussion on this resolution. I see Paul, Isaac Lieberman, are you holding up your hand for discussion?
We could unmute Mr. Lieberman for discussion, please. You're unmuted, Mr. Lieberman. The floor is yours.
Hi, sorry about that. Can you please give more time to for people to raise hands and discuss and restate the motions? Tony, you know how to do it if you want to, and I would appreciate if you would give people time so that they can understand what they're voting on and have a chance to speak about it before they vote. Thank you.
Mr. Lieberman, we're allowing you time for discussion on this item. Are you discussing the motion?
Please, I'm requesting that the motion be read again.
The motion is the motion was asking for a motion to pass the resolution.
Please read the resolution again.
I will read the resolve again, and all the resolutions are in the packet. I'll read it again. Therefore, be it resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party condemns the unfair labor practices of the Columbia Sussex Corporation, which owns the J.W. Marriott Santa Monica Lamargo Hotel, and calls upon the corporation and its management to immediately abide by the law, follow orders by the National Labor Relations Board, and comply with all sanctions and settlements. Be it further resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party finds the Columbia Sussex Corporation and its management have lost the trust of the community to be fair employers of hotel workers.
And I'd like to reiterate to folks that this was put in the chat twice and it was also emailed to you as well. Ms. Susan Shu has her hand up for discussion. If we can.
Hi there. Thanks for recognizing me. I'm a longtime resident of Santa Monica and a newly elected member of this board. And I would like to urge everyone to please vote in support of the workers. We're a progressive community, we're a progressive organization, and this is very fundamental to our values. And we really need to walk the walk in 2021. So please vote for the workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shu. Mr. Learman, to what purpose do you rise in this discussion of this motion?
I need to say that I feel rudely disrespected by the comments that you just made, sir. That when you made the comments that these were posted in the chats multiple times.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm ruling you out of order.
Well, with all respect to our members, please do take the time to look at the report that's sent to everyone. That's not an insult, but we have these meetings are run very long, and it's very helpful if the members do acquaint themselves with the actual resolutions that are going to come before them. With no other discussion seen, we now go to the vote. All in favor of passing the resolution, please raise your hand.
Well, we're going to clear the hands. We have a count for that. Go ahead, Mr. Hale.
If you're all those opposed to the resolution, please raise your hand.
Mr. Hale, there were 106 in support of the resolution, and there were none in opposition, so the motion passed.
Thank you, Mary Rose.
Before we move on to Mary Rose, I need to recognize our Sergeant at Arms, who has called my attention. If we can recognize our Sergeant at Arms.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to actually put on right now that due to the extremely amount of messages I've been receiving privately about the matter of respect, I would like to remove Mr. Paul Padilla from this meeting tonight.
Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. We are removing Mr. Paul Padilla for the number of complaints received tonight. Thank you so much to our Sergeant at Arms. Moving forward.
Mary Rose, go ahead.
Ms. Allen will be removing Mr. Padilla. On with the business of the day. Mr. Hale, the floor is yours.
Mary Rose, go ahead.
Boycott the Shore Hotel in Santa Monica. It's kind of the continuation of the boycotts. I'm going to read the second whereas. Whereas preservation of coastal access for all people is part of the California Democratic Party platform, we should uphold our commitment that principle by holding people and corporations accountable for violations of the Coastal Act. Therefore, be it resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party calls for a boycott of the Shore Hotel in Santa Monica for their violation of the California Coastal Act. Is there a motion with support? Is there a second?
It was moved
Someone
and
moved
seconded.
it and second. Okay,
ahead.
is there any discussion?
Mr. Tuttle has his hand up. Mr. Tuttle, we could recognize Mr. Tuttle.
Rick? Someone has to unmute him, or he has to unmute himself.
Have we sent an invite to Mr. Tuttle to unmute himself? Mr. Tuttle, you have to accept the invite to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was on a point of information on the removal of a member, but I can wait until the chair's finished with this business, and if you would be kind enough to recognize me, I'd appreciate it.
That's fine. The other hand up is Mr. O'Shaughnessy.
Tom, I think you need to unmute yourself. Are we unmuting him?
Is Mr. O'Shaughnessy? Mr. O'Shaughnessy, could you accept the unmute invitation, please?
Just very quickly, my question is, in brevity, what sections of the Coastal Commission Code are they in violation of in general area?
Let me read you the first whereas.
Okay.
Whereas in 2019, the California Coastal Commission levied a historic $15 million penalty against the Shore Hotel in Santa Monica for illegally demolishing 2 motels with dozens of low-cost guest rooms and replacing them with a luxury shore hotel in violation of the California Coastal Act.
Thank you. Perfect. That you answered the question.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? Danielle Wilson?
I was just going to answer Tom's question, which is that they violated Chapter 3 of the Coastal Act, which are the affordable access provisions of the Coastal Act.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? I think we could go for a vote.
Seeing no discussion, go ahead, Mary Rose.
See no more questions, discussion. Well, there's Brian. No, oh, he took his hand down. Okay, seeing no more hands up, I'd like to call for a vote on the motion. Everyone in support? Raise your hand.
Okay, all those in opposition, please raise your hands. Okay. With 79 in support and 1 in opposition, the motion to support this resolution carries.
So I'll move on to the next one. We have one more on hotels before we threaten TripAdvisor's ratings here. The title of the resolution is Support Workers at the Chateau Marmont Hotel. That therefore be it resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party support hotel workers at the Chateau Marmont in Los Angeles, calls for a boycott of the Chateau Marmont until the hotel workers and managers respect the rights of its workers, and be it further resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party calls upon the owners of the Chateau Marmont rehire the recently fired employees and ensure that all workers, regardless of race, sex, or background, are treated with dignity and respect. Is there a motion to pass the resolution? I see a motion and a second. Please raise your hand if you have any discussion on this resolution. And I think Rick Tuttle's hand is just up from before. I see no hands up. Oh, Patty.
Yeah.
Patty.
I believe you should have the word to on in the therefore be it resolved the be it further resolved to rehire the recently fired employees.
Yeah, there's some typo here. Therefore, be resolved that Los Angeles County Democratic Party supports. It should be supports hotel workers at the Chateau Marmont in Los Angeles.
Yes, that one. Therefore, be it resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party supports
supports hotel workers in Los Angeles, calls for a
or in support of hotel workers, calls for a boycott, or in order to support.
Maybe that's what it maybe. So, Democratic Party in support of hotel workers at the Chateau Marmont called, so in support of, I think that's the change that was required. Therefore, be it resolved that the Los Angeles County Democratic Party in support of hotel workers at the Chateau Marmont in Los Angeles calls for a boycott of the Chateau Marmont until the hotel owners and managers respect the rights of its workers. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, mine was actually in the next paragraph. But,
okay.
But I think that's fine. Where I wanted to add the word to is in the be it further resolved that the LA County Democratic Party calls upon the owners of the Chateau, I don't think you need on Chateau.
This must have been a copy that was not the final copy.
Delete on, and then after Chateau Marmont, add to rehire.
Yes.
Calls upon the owners of the Chateau Marmont to rehire the recently fired employees.
Great. Okay, so I've made that change. It now reads, be it further resolved that Los Angeles County Democratic Party calls upon the owners of the Chateau Marmont to rehire the recently fired employees and ensure that all workers, regardless of their race, sex, or background, be treated with dignity and respect.
Yes.
Is that okay? Great. These are more of typo corrections, so I would ask for a motion to accept the changes. I see a motion. I see a second. Is there any discussion on making those changes? I don't, seeing no hands raised. All in favor of those changes, please raise their hand. Waiting for staff.
We have a count, Mr. Hale.
Okay. All those opposed to those changes, raise your hand.
Mr. Hale, with 74 in support and 0 in opposition, the motion carries.
Now I think I need to go back to the original motion. So all in favor of passing the resolution as amended, please raise your hands. let us know when we have a total.
Mr. Hale, we have a count. We're going to clear the hands and then we can take the next. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, all those opposed to the resolution, please raise your hands.
Mr. Hale, there were 73 in support of the resolution and there were none in opposition. Therefore, the motion is unanimous. Support.
Thank you. So now Mary Rose will handle the next one, which was submitted from the floor. Enough signatures or enough supporters were received to move it through our process from the floor and ahead of time. And so Mary Rose, go ahead.
Okay, Mark, did you want to answer Rick Tuttle's now or later?
We should probably finish this because I don't think it's related
Okay.
to this.
Which one is
Okay.
this one, Mary?
Calling on the U.S. Senate to abolish the filibuster.
Okay.
Okay, therefore be it resolved, the Los Angeles County Democratic Party strenuously urges all Democratic senators to vote to end the filibuster, a parliamentary procedure which makes the Senate less productive and less democratic during one of our nation's greatest times of need. And be it further resolved that we shall send a copy of this resolution to California Senators Dan Feinstein and Alex Padilla. Is there a motion to accept? So moved. A second also. Is there any discussion?
Moved by Rafael Chagoya, seconded by Barbara Calhoun. Go ahead. Any
Okay, there's
discussion?
some hands up.
There's one hand up. Brandy Grace.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Okay. I appreciate what this is trying to do, but we should know under Trump, Democrats used the filibuster to block misusing military funding for Trump's discriminatory border wall. We used it twice to force Republicans to add necessary unemployment benefits and COVID relief packages. We used it to block legislation that would have forced sanctuary cities to bend to federal demands to unconstitutionally hold people in custody simply because they are suspected of being undocumented. And we used it to stop the GOP from further attacking and even outright banning a woman's right to an abortion. I too really want to see these progressive reforms pass. I just really worry that if the GOP ever gains the majority again, they will start by eliminating our voting rights so we can never remove them. I really do appreciate what's trying to happen here, and I think this is a wonderful discussion. I just want to make sure we have a clear picture of what both sides of this are really what we are talking about on both sides. Thank you.
Okay, there's several hands up now. Shannon? Yes. So Shannon's hand up.
Shannon, where did she go?
Yeah, I'm right here. Hi, I am not one in favor of eliminating things for the reasons, a lot of the reasons that Brandy just mentioned, that I believe that the filibuster is really important when we are in the minority party. However, I've sat here and watched the Republican Party take every single advantage they have, and they've twisted it. And if we are going to get anything done, we have to fight the way they fight. We have to meet them head on. And I think it's really time to stop playing the good guy and really start rolling our sleeves up and take off the kid gloves. So I am in favor of ending the filibuster. And I think if we're going to get anything accomplished, that's the only way. I mean, I understand that it's the advantage when we're in the minority, but it's not helping us in the majority either. So I'm in favor of ending the filibuster. So I would support this resolution.
Okay.
Thank you, Shanna.
Oh,
Hold on. Next on the list here, Mary Rose, is Dina.
okay.
Hi there, I'm unmuting. So I will say, as many of you know, for a really long time, I have been absolutely opposed to overturning the filibuster, and I've always been in the camp of agreeing with Brandy. However, we just passed support for HR 1. after the election, they basically have started repealing voting rights all across the South in every single state. And if we ever hope to get HR 1 and Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act put back into law, we have got to pass HR 1. The only way to do that is through actually passing legislation. If we don't pass HR 1, it's game over for all of us. So we have to do this. And Dianne Feinstein is not in favor of this. And if we even hope for any kind of reform on the filibuster, Joe Manchin has even said he'd be open to reforming it in some way now. We have to push hard for this. So now is the time to do this. It's a huge evolution for me, but I'm telling you, you have to support this.
Thank you, Dina. Susan Mastrodamos, excuse me.
Hi, thank you. I just recently read something this week that said that there are actually two different kinds of filibusters. One is called the silent filibuster and the other one is called a talking filibuster. And back in the day, the party would have to remain in the room and continue to talk. You hear stories about people reading Winnie the Pooh. They talk about some of the senators that talked for 16 hours wearing high-heeled shoes. And I think that if the minority party really, really wants to fight for something, they should stay in the Senate chambers. So there is a place for the old-fashioned talking filibuster, but this new filibuster they're using, it doesn't take any effort at all. So what I suggest is that we should just do a little bit more research and then use specific language and say, get rid of the so-called silent filibuster that doesn't require the minority party members to even stay in the chamber. And then that way the minority party can keep the talking filibuster if there's something that they really feel strongly about. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Isaac Lieberman.
Thank you for unmuting me, Chair Gonzalez. Yeah, the Senate is a non-democratic organization that horribly disenfranchises California voters and allows a tiny fraction, senators who represent a tiny fraction of the country, to block what everybody wants, what the vast majority want. It is outrageous. The filibuster itself makes it almost like order of magnitude worse in its anti-democratic functioning. So I absolutely oppose the filibuster. We've got to get rid of it. And although the talking filibuster, as it was historically, is not as egregious as the current one, the only way that we can ever hope to get senators who are people who like to have power to give up some of their own personal power is if we make extremely strong demands to get rid of the filibuster entirely. Now, if we're strong enough, we might get them to replace it with the talking filibuster. But if we just say, oh, go back to the talking filibuster, they're not going to do anything. So I support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. And the last speaker is Ms. Greenwood, Joan Greenwood. Ms. Greenwood, you should be unmuted.
Okay. Yes, I've heard many discussions on the news media from various senators about this issue. And there's a great deal of talk about how to actually make reforms that will protect the rights of the minority in the Senate without and keeping the old style filibuster. And I think that perhaps this motion should be sent back to the committee for modification and a little bit of seasoning by looking at what is being recommended for how to reform the filibuster process.
Thank you, Ms. Greenwood. Mr. Hale, or sorry, Ms. Ortega, the floor is yours.
Thanks.
So we should vote on this? Or did she make a motion or she just?
Yeah, I would like to suggest we have a motion.
Can she make a motion?
I will make a motion.
Make a motion.
Yeah, I will make a motion to send it back to committee for reconsideration and looking at how to reform the filibuster procedure.
Okay, she made a motion. Is there a second to her motion?
Hold on. I don't see a second.
I don't see a second.
Seconded by Andrea Sandoval.
Okay.
Okay.
I'd like to make a point of information, if I may. One of the things that is happening right now is that we are negotiating to end the filibuster. And if we make a motion that offers only a halfway measure, whereas some basically take on Joe Manchin's argument, which is what he's gone for this verbal filibuster, we're not giving any push in the direction to fully reform the system. The filibuster used to exist in the House 130 years ago. And at that time, the minority party could easily deny the majority a quorum, thereby stopping any legislative progress. When the House ended the practice of the filibuster, the 51st Congress became the most productive Congress in history. Unfortunately, a lot of people think of the filibuster as what was seen in Mr. Smith's to Washington, where the filibuster was portrayed as a tool used by one man to fight government corruption. But in reality, the filibuster has been used to thwart the will of the people, hijack the legislative process, and make our federal government less democratic. The very meaning of the word filibuster comes from pirate and was a term that means to commandeer or hijack the process. I think we need to consider those things in taking the strong action.
Okay, so I think we need to first vote on
The motion to send it back to committee or not.
vote on sending it back to
There was a
committee.
motion to send it back to committee. There was a second to the motion, and we were
Now
on
there's
Tony.
discussion.
I'm sorry, Tony?
Now there's discussion. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, there was discussion.
We're on discussion. Mr. Sandoval.
Sorry, I was a little bit confused. And I guess for me, I would like to see if we can make it so that we can move forward with it now with more of a suggestion to have it changed. Would that be a possibility?
Not, I don't think right now, because right now
At
we're
that
running.
point, you would just deny the motion. You would just not support
You're
the
speaking
motion
against-
to send
you're
it back.
speaking against the motion.
Sorry.
Okay. Connie Sullivan?
So
We're on discussion. Okay,
yeah.
go ahead.
Yes, in response to Joan Greenwood, talking about changing this language to some sort of reform language, I think ultimately that is what the Senate is going to do. They're going to reform it in some way. We've all heard about going back to a talking filibuster and requiring 41 votes to continue debate, and then eventually when they exhaust themselves, going to a vote. I think eventually that's what's going to happen, but I do think that we should ask for the strongest language possible right now, and we should vote on this tonight and not send it back for another month. This is a very timely issue, and we don't want to get behind it.
Thank you, Connie. Mr. Lieberman.
My understanding also is that the filibuster was created to support the Jim Crow South. Sorry if Tony already said that, but I agree with the prior speaker. We should, and with Tony, we should pass as quickly as possible this strong urge to end the filibuster completely. And if we're real lucky, maybe, just maybe, and we fight real hard, the Senate will weaken it back to the speaking filibuster. Decide, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lieberman. And final speaker on the discussion to send this motion back, Patty Sulpizio.
Yes, I just wanted to point out, in case people are not reading the chat, that if we send it back, then we lose time, and it would not be considered at convention. So in the interest of having it considered timely, I suggest not sending back for reconsideration and voting on the resolution this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Seeing no further hands for discussion, all those in favor of sending this resolution back to committee, please raise your hands. Staff will take account. How many do you have now? You're voting to send this back to committee, just to be clear. How many are we at? Okay, clear the hands. All those in opposition to sending this resolution back to committee, please raise your hands. Mary Rose and Tony with 11 in support of sending this back to committee and 71 in opposition, the motion fails.
So do we vote on now on the original?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we're going to vote now. We got to clear the deck. Clear the hands. Okay, so now we're voting in support of the original resolution. So vote now in support or
We have a count, Miss Mary Rose. Go ahead.
okay, clear the deck. Everyone against the resolution, original resolution, raise your hand.
Okay, count has been, we have a count. There are 80 in favor of the resolution and there were 4 in opposition. Therefore, the motion, the resolution to support calling on the U.S. Senate to abolish the filibuster carried.
Okay, that's the end of the resolution. Tony, did you still want to say something?
No, just one more thing. Mary Rose and I want to thank all our committee members who worked very hard this session and all our authors and supporters of the resolutions that put forward resolutions. Just want to thank you. And our meetings are the first Wednesday of the month right now. And please get us your resolution to us at least 5 days before that meeting. And thank you. And hopefully we'll end this meeting soon.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Tuttle, I think he's still waiting.
I think we're done. I think we're done.
Yeah, we're done.
Resolutions Committee, thank you both so much. Moving on to item 10, section B, rules. Mr. Zaxton and Jimmy Woods Gray, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Woods Gray to start.
Okay, good.
But before I do that, I just wanted to say, since it's Women's History Month, and we all know how historic Jimmy's term as chair was, that before we have her speak, I wanted us to give her a round of applause. So If we could do that, Mr. Chair, I would
My
so
God.
request.
Absolutely,
Florida.
Mr. Sexton. Thank you so much. Kudos, former chair, Ms. Woods Gray. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thanks for the recognition. It was many years ago. At any rate, it was a good term. And I so much love the county committee and the Democratic politics that for 25, 30 years longer, I'm still doing it. Oh, okay. So good evening, Democrats. And thank you all for hanging in here. It's getting to be late, isn't it? Let's move on. We have two sets of bylaws amendments before us tonight. They are on the second reading. And the second reading means that we've already read them and before at a first reading, and now we're going to adopt them tonight, hopefully. The first is an amendment to add president and vice president, if residents of Los Angeles County, to our county committee. And the second one is the second set is a set of amendments that relate to reapportionment. As I mentioned last month, before this election cycle, we always had assembly district elections every 2 years. So when the primary after the reapportionment took place, we had assembly district delegates who were elected in the newly reapportioned districts. Now that we have 4-year terms, that's not possible. So we have to make some adjustments. It'll be 20 years before this happens again. So therefore, it seems that these are really one-time rules. So before I turn the mic over to Lawrence for the second reading, is there a motion to dispense with the actual reading and instead have Lawrence to walk us through the amendments through the rules as changes? Is there a motion to do that? Or would you prefer him to read all the amendments?
It appears Ms.
Is there a
Fowler is
motion
making the
to
motion.
have an brief? Oh, I don't see the hand. Somebody else has to tell me, I guess. Okay. Carolyn Fowler is making the motion. Is there a
And
second?
it looked like Ms. Shatton seconded.
Someone. Okay, very good. Okay, so it's been moved and seconded that we have an explanation. We'll have Lawrence walk us through the rules changes. All those in favor? If there's no objection, if there's someone who objects, could you just raise your hand? If you object to the abbreviated reading of the amendments. I can't see the hands again, so someone would have to tell me. Are there any hands raised?
I can't see the hands.
Is there anyone who objects to the? Who's going to tell us about the hands? Drexel, is there anyone raising a hand in objection to this? Hello? Okay, I'm going to assume that there are no hands raised. Does anyone else see hands
I
raised?
see Michelle Suter's hand.
Hold on, Ms. Woods Gray. Sorry, we had a little bit of a sidebar over here. So what was your question, Ms. Woods Gray?
My question was, is there anyone who would object to the abbreviated presentation of the rule changes? If so, would they raise their hand?
So are we taking a vote or are we asking for?
Oh,
I think Ms. Woods Gray was asking for unanimous
consent,
consent, but it seems there isn't, so perhaps we should just proceed to a vote.
Understood. Okay.
I guess we'll proceed to a vote. Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to walk through the rules changes, they have Lawrence walk through rule changes, please raise your hand. All those in favor of not having every amendment read and have Lawrence walk through the rules change, raise your hand in support. And someone can tell me when they're finished, when they think they're finished. Oh, I raised my hand. I guess my hand too. Okay, Mark.
We have a count, Ms. Gray. We have a count, Ms. Gray. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's those who are opposed to the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, but can you give us the final count to see does
With
it pass?
64 in support and 3 in opposition, the motion carries.
Okay, so the motion
Exactly.
carries. Okay, very good. So at this time, we bring Lawrence to the mic to walk us through the rules changes.
So thank you, Jimmy. So the way this process works is that I will present the amendment or set of amendments. At that point, I'll recognize Ms. Woods Gray to make the motion to adopt, which is the committee's motion and requires no second. We'll then proceed first with questions and then debate. So the first amendment that's before you is an amendment to Article 2, Section A3A1, to add president and vice president as ex officio members of this committee if resident in LA County. It provides Article 2, Section A under 3A, adding the president and vice president if they are registered to vote as Democrats in LA County. And they would join other ex officios like senators, members of the House, constitutional officers, and so forth. So so Ms. Woods Gray, you are recognized to make a motion.
Okay, I move that we adopt the amendment to Article 2, Section A3AI.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Woods
it's
Gray.
from the committee, so there's no second required.
That is correct. We will take up to 3 speakers in favor and 3 against. Speakers will have 1 minute each. Before we turn to speakers, does anybody have any questions on this amendment? If staff doesn't see any, then we'll proceed directly to speakers. If you wish to speak in favor, please raise your hand and we'll take the first 3.
Rebecca Wolfsberger, are you in favor or in opposition?
No, my hand hasn't been cleared from the vote, the last vote.
Understood. Mr. Tuttle, is your hand up in favor or in opposition to speak on this item?
In favor, Mr. Chairman. Just to
Okay,
say, I'll just say it now. This is a celebratory moment. Let's
hold on one second, Mr. Tuttle. Hold on one second, Mr. Tuttle. Is there anyone else in favor or in opposition? Please raise your hands. Is there anybody else? Mr. Zaxton, only seen one individual. That's Mr. Tuttle. Is it okay if I recognize him?
Please, sir.
Okay, Mr. Tuttle, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Zaxton, and kudos to my chair and all things, Ms. Jimmy Woods Gray. I just want to say this is a celebratory moment. This is a great moment. We're including in our membership ex officio the Vice President of the United States of America. We may very well be including the President of the United States of America. It's a great moment. I think we should own it, and that's why I'm speaking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a great moment.
Thank you. There being no other speakers, the time for speaking has expired. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hand. And if someone can tell me when you have a count, we'll go to the noes.
Absolutely. Staff will take your count now. Okay, Mr. Zaxton, we have a count on this one. Go ahead.
Thank you. If anybody is opposed, please raise your hand at this time. Does staff have a count, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Zaxton, there were 65 in favor and there were none in opposition.
Thank you very much. That bylaws amendment is adopted. So secondly, we're going to take up 3 clusters of amendments that deal with the fact that assembly district delegates were elected from the current assembly districts, but in 2022, those assembly districts will be reapportioned and endorsement recommendation interviews, selection of Democrats of the Year, and other assembly district business will need to be conducted in the newly reapportioned assembly districts. This proposal provides that no one who has been elected to this body or appointed to fill an AD vacancy will lose their seat as a result of reapportionment. And everyone who was elected to an AD delegation seat will be able to finish his or her 4-year term. But ADs that end up with less than 7 elected delegation members will have those seats filled in a way that's equitable and recognizes the balance between the input of the AD and the final authority of this body to fill AD vacancies, and which is largely tracking the kind of system that we use for filling our state central committee seats. So the first thing that we're doing is adding a new Article 2, Section F as follows. Section F, seating of members post reapportionment. This basically has to do only with the seating of members in the immediate aftermath of the decennial reapportionment, and only applies where members of this committee were elected prior to the 2020 decennial reapportionment but retained their membership afterwards. That's what Section 1 basically says, and it also basically makes the time period that we use for triggering this, all of the deadlines here, the adoption and publication by the 2020 California Citizens Redistricting Commission of its reapportionment lines. Section F2 says, notwithstanding any other provision of these constitution and bylaws, after reapportioned assembly district lines have been adopted and published by the commission, members who were elected or appointed or otherwise became a member prior to the reapportionment will be seated in their reapportioned assembly districts. Those reapportioned districts with less than 7 members, including those who were appointed to fill vacancies, will be counted as part of those 7 members. If there are fewer than 7 members, then we're going to have a system for filling those. So the first thing is that if anybody is an alternate registered to vote, they will be automatically deemed elected to fill the vacancy of their new assembly district unless their number exceeds the number of vacancies to be filled, in which case the assembly district delegation shall conduct an election among those alternates. They will be the only eligible candidates, and the alternate has to have already been seated prior to the reapportionment date, and the winners of that election up to the number of vacancies will be recommended for approval as delegates. In the event that those members and alternates aren't sufficient, we then move to the next group, which would be associate members resident in the reapportioned district. The election would take place the same way. It would be deemed automatically elected and recommended to this body unless there were too many, in which case there would be an election among them with only the alternates being eligible candidates. If you still don't have 7 after those first 2 steps, you go to the third step, which would be that you would go to members of the assembly district delegation who were elected in the ADEMs who aren't already members of this committee, and they would go in the order that they're elected, but the only people who would be eligible for that are actually people who were elected in the ADEM. So it wouldn't include people who, were far enough down that they were not elected, even though they were candidates in the ADEM. After the 3 above elections have been held, or if they couldn't be held, there wasn't one, if the ADEM still doesn't have, if the assembly district still doesn't have 7 members, then the seats would be filled by election with any registered Democrat in the district eligible to be a candidate for election. All of those elections have to adhere to the noticing provisions of the bylaws and the open meetings rule, and this section is deleted without the need of further action, basically right after the organizational meeting after reapportionment. The next amendment is intended to account for other reapportionment related effects on membership. We'll be doing a deeper dive on termination of membership for endorsement of non-Democrats in April and May, and may be considering other amendments later this year, but these amendments are narrowly tailored to deal only with the reapportionment and related questions. As noted last month, in finalizing this language, we discovered that the new provision of Article 2, Section C4 were not clearly made subject to the new Article 2, Section F, so that no incumbent office holder is inadvertently made subject to termination by redistricting. So we also noticed at last month, and I will be reading to you first, an amendment to the proposed amendment. This is a Scrivener's amendment. It states to add to Article 2, Section C4A2 and C4A4 the following at the beginning of the text in 2, except as otherwise provided in Article 2, Section F, which is intended to be binding, notwithstanding anything else in these constitution and bylaws, and to add to 4A4, except as otherwise provided in Article 2, Section F, which is intended to be binding, notwithstanding anything else in these constitution and bylaws, and to add a new section, Article 2, Section 4A9 as follows. The provisions of Article 2, Section 4A2 and 4, creating an exception to the rules for termination of membership provided therein, where Article 2, Section F otherwise provides, and this Article 2, Section C4(9) shall be automatically deleted from these bylaws without the need for further action. So those are all very technical amendments that basically just say that the anybody who is seated now will not lose their seat. It's just sort of making sure that it says the same thing in C4 that it does in F that we just added or are proposing to add. C4 basically says that if you are elected by this committee on a public ballot to represent an assembly district and you cease to be a registered Democrat in the assembly district to which you were elected or appointed, you are subject to removal, but that's obviously subject to F, which is not when you're reapportioned out of your existing district. And then we also have an amendment that basically says that if you cease to be a registered Democrat in Los Angeles County, or in the case of an ex officio member other than a member of the House, you cease to be a registered Democrat in the jurisdiction you were elected to represent, you're also subject to termination. The final amendment has to do with regional apportionment. And under our current bylaws, regional apportionment takes place before the organizational meeting. Because we moved from 2-year terms to 4-year terms, the organizational meeting only happens every 4 years. So we will actually have the assembly districts that make up the regions redrawn in 2022, but there won't be an organizational meeting to allow for regional reapportionment. So that doesn't really make any sense. And as Ms. Woods-Gray says, this is not going to happen again for another 20 years. But we need to have a rule to deal with it for now. So essentially, we are amending Article 9, Section A to provide that when there has been a commission reapportionment, then we'll redetermine by majority vote upon recommendation of the policy committee the number and composition of regions, which is what we would normally do only at an organizational meeting, but we're going to do it one more time. And we give the policy committee the opportunity to schedule that between 30 and 90 days after the reapportionment, so that it can basically schedule that when it makes sense in our schedule. So with all of those amendments that I just went through, the only thing that would be left related to reapportionment is the timing and conduct of the post-reapportionment regional vice chair elections. But there's no rush on that because we're not going to be doing that till sometime in 2022 or 2023. So we will be taking that up later. At this time, I'm going to recognize Ms. Woods-Gray for a motion. Jimmy?
Hold on, we're unmuting Ms. Gray. Okay, Ms. Gray, please accept the invitation.
Okay, very good. Yes, now. Thank you. I've got, is there something else there? I move to adopt the reported amendments and the Scrivener's amendment.
Thank you. Inasmuch as Ms. Woods Gray's motion includes a Scrivener's amendment, it seems prudent to me to get a second. Is there a second? Mr. O'Shaughnessy appears to be seconding. Again, debate will be limited to 3 speakers in favor and 3 against, 1 minute each. Before we go to debate, are there any questions? I know it's late and I know that was a lot, but.
We have a question from Ms. Calhoun, Mr. Zaxon.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Calhoun, good evening.
Hi. Okay, so I got lost. I know it's late. I'm trying to catch up. So this is about when they redo the districts, right? And we might be in a different district, correct?
That's what this is about, correct?
Oh, okay. I followed you right. Okay. So if I end up in a different district, I won't lose my seat depending on where I'm going, correct? Just say yes or no.
Yeah, the answer to that is yes. If you end up in a different assembly district, you will retain your seat. But if
okay,
you are,
that's good enough. Thank you. No,
okay,
that's good.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
perfect.
You.
Thank you, Ms. Calhoun. Mr. Zaxon, that was the only hand that was raised.
All right, seeing no further questions, are there any speakers in favor or against? If you'd like to be recognized to speak in favor or against, please raise your hand.
There are no hands, Mr. Zaxon.
Okay, the time for debate having expired, we will proceed to a vote. All those in favor of these amendments, including the Scrivener's amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Mr. Chair, if you can tell me when you have a count.
Staff is taking a count right now. Mr. Zaxon, we have a count. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Anybody who's opposed, please raise your hand at this time. Please let me know when you have a count, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Zaxon, we have 66 in favor and 1 in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bylaws amendment is adopted. As you can tell from this was actually a very complicated set of amendments that took a lot of thought and a lot of hard work on the part of my committee. And if Mr. Chair, if I can ask for us to recognize all of the members of this committee that worked very, very hard on this. Thank you very much to all of them.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. So I'm going to turn this back over to Jimmy, who's got the end of our report.
Okay. The process was long and complicated, and we also thank our leader, Lawrence Zaxon, because he's so experienced with this. It makes it a lot easier for many of us, and it always comes out perfect because he's that person. The last thing that we have to report is our approved work plan for the rest of the year. We want to note that the plan is subject to amendments, just as stated before by Lawrence, is that we will have to add in post-reapportionment regional vice chair elections. So that'll be a meeting call for that. We haven't scheduled that yet. But in April and May of 2021, we will consider endorsement of non-Democrats by members of this committee. People have been waiting for that one. And in June and August of 2021, we'll consider notice requirements and the DSCC elections dates. In October and November of 2021, chartering requirements and Mr. Tuttle's proposal on disciplinary consequences of violations of the Code of Conduct. And with that, Mr. Chair, we conclude our report. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, could I have 1 moment of personal privilege?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So the House today voted for the Protect Organizing Act, the PRO Act, which is the strongest labor law protection that Congress has ever passed in the last 80 years, since the National Labor Relations Act in 1935. It's in the Senate, where it will no doubt be subject to a Republican filibuster, although about 4 Republicans voted for it in the House. It is an extremely, extremely important bill, and I, as a union lawyer, would be remiss if I didn't mark that date and how important it would be for the labor movement if we could get that passed. So thank you very much for the moment of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Zaxton. And yes, it's a very good point. I did not bring that up earlier. Thank you, Jimmy Woods, Gray, and Mr. Zaxton for your report. Moving on to item 10, section C, Organization Development Committee, Jane Wishon and Patrice Marshall McKenzie.
So, thank you, Chair. So the first order of business within the Organizational Development and Chartering Committee is to read the list of clubs and organizations who have met their chartering requirements for a full 2021 charter. It's a pretty long list. I'll try to go through it quickly. Acton and Aqua Dulce Democratic Club, Alhambra Democratic Club, Antelope Valley Progressive Democrats, Black Women's Democratic Club. I can't read this one in this light. Cañada Crescentia Democratic Club, Democratic Club of Claremont, Democratic Women's Study Group of Long Beach, Democrats for Israel Los Angeles, Democrats for the Protection of Animals, Diverse Democrats for Change, Ethiopian Democratic Club of Los Angeles, Feel the Burn San Fernando Valley Democratic Club, Foothill Community Democrats, the Friendly El Monte Democratic Club, Heart of LA Democratic Club, Inland Communities Democratic Headquarters, LA County Young Democrats, LAX Area Democratic Club, Malibu Democratic Club, Martin Luther King Jr. Democratic Club, Miracle Mile Democratic Club, Montebello Pico Rivera Democrats, Monterey Park Democratic Club, New Frontier Democratic Club, Northeast Democratic Club of Los Angeles, Paramount Democratic Club, Pasadena United Democratic Headquarters, Filipino American Los Angeles Democrats, Progressive Democratic Club, Progressive Democrats of the Santa Monica Mountains, Rio Hondo Democratic Club, San Fernando Valley Democratic Club, San Gabriel Valley Young Democrats, Stonewall Democratic Club, Torrance Democratic Club, United Democrats of the San Gabriel Valley. We also have 3 clubs who have met their charting requirements for a provisional 2021 charter and will be fully chartered pending the submission of additional materials. Those are Bonita Democratic Council, the Downey Democrats, and East Area Progressive Democrats. Do I have a motion to accept and file this report? And somebody will have to tell me who. I see a motion.
It was moved by Ken Armstrong. It was seconded by Karen Suarez.
Great, thank you.
Is there any discussion? Ms. Fortner has her hand up. If we could recognize Ms. Fortner.
Weren't we supposed to have DAA on this list tonight?
No, because because we have not yet elected new officers for DAA, they can't charter yet.
Okay, but we have an
That one I can
uncontested election.
I understand that, but they are not officially the officers yet, so they cannot have submitted the paperwork. And everything had to have been submitted in a couple of days ago in order to be able to be chartered for this month. Are there any other questions?
There's
Okay.
no further discussion, Sean.
Great, thank you. If you are in favor then of accepting and filing this report, please raise your virtual hand. And staff can count. Okay, do we have a count?
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
Great. Okay. So clear the hands, please. If you are opposed to receiving and filing this report, please raise your hand. So somehow mine didn't go down. Whoops. Okay. All right. Seeing none, then that is received and filed. And again, we'll look forward to more clubs next month. Patrice, did you want to add anything? Are you still here?
I'm here, but hi. Just wanted to say that we are still receiving and processing charters for clubs. Thank you so much for all who are still submitting your paperwork. Thank you so much to Jane and the committee for all that you have done. And again, as Jane said, we are in the process of finalizing the administration of DAA and turning their club back over to their leadership. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The deadline for charters was March 1st, but we will continue to take late charter applications. And thank you to Elizabeth, who has done amazing work with all of this paperwork, even though a lot of it's virtual right now, reaching out to all the clubs, following up with clubs who didn't yet resubmit their charters, reminding them they need to do that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So thank you. That's all we have from organizational development and chartering. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I return to you.
Thank you, Ms. Vachon and Marshall McKenzie for your report. We really appreciate all of the clubs getting their paperwork on time, and thank you for staff and the committee for a lot of work that you guys have been doing over the last few months. Moving forward, item 10, section D, Labor Committee, Cecile Ben David or Mark Ramos.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and everyone who is still on the call. I will try to keep this very, very short as it is somewhat late. We met on February 16th. We referred one piece of legislation, SB. It's on the report is online from the committee. SB 4 is the one bill that we referred to the legislation committee. It's actually SB 2 on the report. It's actually SB 4, which is broadband for all, which we feel has been a priority issue for our sisters and brothers in CWA for a very long time, and it brings equality, equity to our students, as we can see now during this pandemic, the struggles. The other issue that I would bring up is that all over Southern California, actually all up and down the state, UFCW continues to fight for hero pay. In Long Beach, in the federal court, the judge refused to issue a temporary restraining order from the California Grocers Association that they asked for, which is a good sign, because what it does going forward is it shows that in the judge's opinion, that there's a very slim likelihood that their case has merit. So we continue to move forward. Tonight was in Glendale. They were having discussions. Yesterday we were in El Monte having discussions. Brother Lawrence Jackson just mentioned the PRO Act earlier. This is a priority for all of labor. What the PRO Act will do, as we talked about reforming the filibuster, the PRO Act will shift the tables for the Democratic Party, make sure that more workers are engaged and have access to the political process by joining a union, by removing the right to work status throughout the country, holding union busters accountable, making sure that we know who they are, and holding companies accountable or employers accountable for labor violations in a very serious way. And it would, as Brother Jackson said, it is the most important piece of labor legislation that has a serious opportunity at passage. And for this reason, I myself am fully supportive of repealing the filibuster in order to return some power back to the workers in this country. So with that, Mr. Chair, I return back to you. I don't know if you need a request for a motion to file, but other than that, I return it back to you. Thank you for the time.
No, we're good. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramos and Ms. Ben David, for your report tonight. Moving on to legislative, and thank you so much again to UFCW, not just for the support of the party, but being on the front lines for nearly a year at this point. I think a year ago around this time, folks were jamming grocery stores to get what they thought would be a 2-week thing, and grocery workers were in the front lines without masks in the beginning on that. So thank you, Mr. Ramos, for that.
Yeah. Mark Ramos.
Let's keep going. Legislative Action Committee, Dina and Florencio.
Hello. Welcome. Thank you guys for staying late. And just to let the Labor Committee know, I actually put both versions of the PRO Act on our watch list. So we have that there. I was so glad that Lawrence mentioned it and that you mentioned it. So it's definitely on our watch list, and I hope it comes up at our meeting next month. We have a report. I'm going to ask Drexel or Elizabeth to post it in the chat for you. It's fairly long. I think it's the longest report we've ever had from the Legislative Action Committee, and you all get to look at it now. We have 11 bills before you. There's 3 pages of bills and there are 4 pages of supplementals. Hopefully you got a chance to read over them before tonight's meeting. I'm going to cover the first 2 pages and then Florencia will cover the last page. So I'm just going to go straight down the list. So the first bill on our list is Assembly Bill 20 by Alex Lee and Ash Kalra. This is known as the Corporate Free Elections Act, and essentially it's a bill that conforms state law with federal law and laws in 22 other states that are already on the books. The bill prohibits corporations from directly contributing to any candidate for elected office in California. It's co-sponsored by Money Out, Voters In, and supported by the California League of Conservation Voters, Representative Ro Khanna, Courage California, Mi Familia Vota, and the Sunrise Movement Silicon Valley. And the committee is recommending support for that bill. The second bill on our report is AB 124 by Sydney Kamlager-Dove for sentencing. And this bill would require the court to select the term that best serves the interests of justice, to also consider if the inmate experienced intimate partner violence, commercial sex trafficking, commercial sexual exploitation, or human trafficking, and if the trauma of those experiences was a contributing factor to the defendant's criminal behavior that would make a sentence other than the lowest possible sentence unduly harsh. By requiring judges to give weight to the impact of trauma on the person's behavior and considering the full extent of in the context of the relevant factors in the person's situation, the bill is seeking to address the disparities and injustices in the criminal justice system by offering a more humane response to the survivors who've already experienced unimaginable circumstances. So the committee is recommending that we support. It's sponsored by Free to Thrive, the National Center for Youth Law, the USC Gould School of Law, Post-Conviction Justice Project, Black Futures Lab, Public Policy Institute, and the California Coalition of Female Prisoners, and Survived and Punished. The third bill that's on your first page is AB 1068 by Miguel Santiago. This is Affordable Housing Alternative Forms of Development Model Plan. This bill basically would require the Department of Housing and Community Development to create a model plan for the use of alternative forms of residential and commercial adaptive reuse and prefabricated modular housing. For the purpose of sustainability and reducing the cost of building affordable housing, the bill would require the model plan to be used in state agency decisions and in all subsidized housing loan and grant programs. So we wouldn't end up with what happened with HHH, where all the units cost way more than they should have. So the second bill that we have, or I'm sorry, the page, Assembly Bill 1400, yay. This is CalCare, put out by Ash Kalra, Alex Lee, Miguel Santiago. It's the establishment of the CalCare program, which is the improved Medicare for all type healthcare system. And just, you know, we all know, and I think it goes without saying, I know it's late, but despite the ACA right now, we still have 3 million Californians that don't have health insurance, and millions more have insurance that they can't afford. They have copays or deductibles that are too high. This would actually just be a reaffirmation of our numerous previous positions on this bill. We want to thank the Assembly members for introducing it, and we hope that the legislature will quickly move to ensure that all Californians, regardless of employment status, income, immigration status, have access to the health care that they need. The next bill on our report is SB 4 that Mark Ramos just talked to you about. This is a bill that was brought to us by the Labor Committee, and right now the California Advanced Services Fund provides grants to bridge the digital divide in underserved and unserved areas. And the existing CSAF program has the goal of providing internet access to 98% of Californians. And this bill addresses the 4 major problems. It's a fix for that. So it's sponsored by the Electronic Frontier Foundation and Common Sense, and it's supported by Access Now, the ACLU of California, Consumer Reports, the League of California Cities, Media Alliance, Media Justice, the Western Governors University, the Writers Guild, and a bunch of other groups. So we are recommending support for that bill. SB 15 by Senator Anthony Portantino is a housing development incentives and rezoning of idle retail sites. This bill would require the Department of Housing and Community Development to administer a program to provide incentives in the form of grants to local governments to rezone idle sites for the big box retailer or commercial shopping centers. Essentially, it's a bill to help local governments repurpose big box retail sites. The committee generally liked the bill and we leaned towards supporting it, but we did have some concerns over the type of housing that was being created and no kind of fund oversight. So our subcommittee crafted a letter, which is on pages 6 and 7 of the report, that addresses our concerns, stating that we would support the bill if it was amended. So I'm going to quickly read you the letter. It's 2 pages and it has a graphic. So if you look on page 6 and 7, you can follow along. It says, Dear Senator Portantino, the Los Angeles County Democratic Party considers and debates many bills and has considered SB 15 more than once. We applaud you, Senator Portantino, for requiring that all work performed under this bill assures prevailing wage union jobs. This is extremely important to the LACDP. Our members truly want to support this bill, which repurposes idle retail sites, assures prevailing wage union jobs, provides for union apprentice programs, and brings much needed increases to our woefully insufficient housing stock. We find, however, that certain omissions in the bill's language give us pause. While it is true that increasing the available housing stock in California is objectively a good thing, attention must be paid to what type of housing is created and for whom. SB 15 does not require affordable housing units to be included in the developments built under the provision of this bill. We would urge that the bill be amended to require a significant percentage of housing developments to include extremely low, very low, and low income housing based on the state income requirements for such housing to receive our support. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the challenges facing disadvantaged Californians, and when the current eviction moratoriums expire, it is expected that more Californians will be forced from their homes with no alternative places to go. Additionally, as written, SB 15 does not provide the kind of oversight which would be typical in any commercial construction loan. If the state makes grants of public money to developers, the state has an interest and an obligation to require that those monies be well and wisely spent to maximize the benefit of those dollars. By protecting prevailing wage union labor rates and aggressively acting to meet the 1.5 million unit shortfall of rental units available to very low and extremely low income renter households in California, California would be responsibly investing its resources into workers and housing and defending its taxpayers from waste, fraud, and abuse. LACDP is then it just ends with we are the official governing body. So we are basically requesting him to support if amended, and we are basically urging him to amend it. And if you are interested at all about housing, the second page, we provided some government documents on there that actually talk about the 1.5 million unit shortfall. So I encourage you to look at that and use it if you care at all about housing in the state of California. And then sorry, I have so many pieces of paper here in front of me. Where did it go? Here it is. Okay, so SB 15, we're encouraging support if amended. And then the last bill on my 2 pages is SB 225 by Senator Scott Wiener. And that is medical procedures for individuals born with variations in their physical sex characteristics. And this is a bill to help stop with medically unnecessary surgeries for intersex infants and other children born with variations in their physical sex characteristics. And it excludes procedures required to address the immediate risk or physical harm. Essentially, it's putting a pause button on non-essential surgeries for intersex children born with variations until their parents can observe the child's development and perspective on their own bodies. So those are the first 2 pages of the report. I will ask if anyone has any questions on any of the bills before we go to a vote. Seeing no hands, We will go straight to a vote for the first 2 pages of the Legislative Action Committee report. So all those in favor of the first 2 pages of the Legislative Action Committee report, please raise your hand and I'll wait for a vote total. Do we have a total? Do we have a total?
We do now.
Okay, sorry.
Dina.
Say that?
We have a total for the motion to support. You want to take opposition?
Okay. Yeah, and if there's, I just didn't know if, okay, sorry. Yes, is there any opposition to the first 2 pages of the report?
Dina, there are 64 in support and there's 1 in opposition.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Florencio for the 2nd page of the report, or the 3rd page.
Thank you, Dina. Good evening, Democrats. Thank you for sticking around and welcome to The Walking Dead. So the next set of recommendations from the Legislative Action Committee, we have SB 260, which is the Climate Corporate Accountability Act by Senator Scott Wiener. This would require large California corporations to publicly disclose their carbon footprint and take active steps to reduce emissions. It would also apply to any business that reports more than $1 billion in gross annual revenue. And it would give the California Air Resources Board power to track and enforce compliance, including instituting penalties. The committee had a very robust discussion on this item and recommends support for SB 260. The next item, this is HR 695 or S145 by Representatives DeFazio and Senator Daines. It's the United States Postal Service Fairness Act, and this would repeal the requirement that the United States Postal Service prepay future retirement benefits and for other purposes. When it was passed, the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act in 2006, this law forced the Postal Service to pre-fund its retiree healthcare benefits 75 years in advance. The pre-funding mandate is accountable for 92% of the Postal Service's net losses since 2007 and is a constant threat to the financial stability of the Postal Service. So this legislation would repeal the Postal Accountability and Enhancement Act of 2006, and the committee recommends support on this particular piece of legislation. Next up is HR 1111, which is an act to establish the Department of Peace Building, and this is a reaffirmation of support that has been previously been taken by the committee. And this Department of Peace shall the bill would establish Department of Peace Building in the executive branch dedicated to peace building, peacemaking, and the study and promotion of conditions conducive to both domestic and international peace and a culture of peace. The mission of the department includes the cultivation of peace and peace building as a strategic national policy objective and development of policies that promote national and international conflict prevention, nonviolent intervention, mediation, peaceful conflict resolution, and structured conflict mediation. So the Department of Peace would also promote personal and community security and peace by supporting policies to address personal and family violence, including suicide, address crime, punishment, and rehabilitation, including by reducing prison recidivism rates, reduce drug and alcohol abuse, and create through local community initiatives, peace projects, and facilitate conflict resolution and healing of societal wounds. So this is a recommendation, reaffirmation of support that has been previously been taken up. And then the last bill that we have today, it's actually an emergency bill for consideration. So Chair Gonzalez, in consultation with the Legislative Action Committee co-chairs, Dina and myself, determined that the Legislative Action Committee could not consider a recommendation to support SB 90 in a timely manner for the following reason. SB 90, which is a reintroduction of SB 636, which the committee has previously supported in November 2019, has a hearing in the Senate Elections and Constitutional Amendments Committee on March 15, 2021, before our next committee meeting, and obviously before our next general meeting. Per our LACDP bylaws, Article 7, Section G, subsection 2, petition was circulated, which stated the proposed position and was signed by 25 regular members from at least 5 assembly districts, and it qualified to be brought directly to the floor for consideration. So SB 90, this bill would require a ballot label for statewide measures to include a listing of the signers of ballot arguments printed in the State Voter Information Guide and support and oppose the measure, or the signers of the rebuttal arguments to the arguments that support and oppose the measure as specified. The bill would require the signers of the ballot arguments to submit the lists of supporters and opponents to the Secretary of State and require the Secretary of State to provide those lists to county elections officials as part of the ballot label. So in your packet, there is a sample of what a ballot would look like now, or currently looks like. Obviously, this is a little bit different because we don't have the Inca vote system anymore. We have the VSAP system, but this is what it would currently look like. And this would be if SB 90 is passed by the legislature and signed into law by the governor, you would have this on your screen in the highlighted yellow portion. This is what would be added. It would show who is supporting that particular item and who is opposing it, and it would be no more than 15 words that would be added to each item here. So this is a reaffirmation of support on a position of support that has already been taken up by the committee. At this time, if there are no questions, I'll accept a motion to support the remaining bills on the legislative action report.
1 second, Florencio, we have 2 questions. We have 2 hands up. Ms. Fortner, to what purpose do you rise? Ms. Fortner?
I don't. I just never took my hand down from last time.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy, to what purpose do you rise? Mr. O'Shaughnessy? Going once, going twice. Sorry, Florencio, there's no further questions.
I have one quick question on the postal reform House resolution and companion U.S. Senate. Do they protect the amounts of monies that have been collected for prepayment for the next 75 years so that Congress can't rip it off like they've done with Social Security since 1935?
So I'm going to kick that over to Dina. Perhaps you might have an answer.
Tom, I don't actually know the question to that. The fact that we just need to get this thing kicked out, period. It's been a problem for so long. I mean, I think that was the main reason I brought it up. It was actually my bill for this month that I brought up. So, and it's got bipartisan support, but it's a good question to ask, but I don't actually respectfully know the answer to that particular question. It's a good point, though.
I'll track it in DC, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Dina. There are no further questions for Enzo if you'd like to call the vote.
Thank you, Chair Gonzalez. If there are no further questions, I'd like to, call for the vote to support the remaining bills on the legislative action report. And we'll wait for staff.
It was moved by Larry Gross. It was seconded by Geraldine Stapleton. Seeing no discussion. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Sorry, Florencio.
No worries.
Okay. Please, staff, if you can clear the deck. Go ahead, Florencio.
Okay. Any members voting no? please indicate so by raising your hand.
Seeing none, it's unanimous, 4-2.
I see Rick Tuttle and Rosa
Oh,
Russell. I don't know if they were.
There are 55 in favor. There are 2 in opposition. The motion carries.
Thank you. And just a point of personal privilege, I want to thank my co-chair, Dina, for helping me through this first month as co-chair of the Legislative Action Committee. It was a heavy lift, but you know, she's got a lot of institutional knowledge, and she's been walking me through the process and helping out. And thank you to everybody who stuck around. I know it's 11:54 now. So thank you so much for everyone's dedication, and I will stop talking now.
I just have one thing to add, and that is that because we've had 14 years of nothing happening in Washington, D.C., you guys are probably going to see a lot of reaffirmation bills this term, because we can actually do something now. So get rid of that filibuster.
Awesome. Thank you both so much for your reports. Seeing no business, moving on to announcements. Raising your hands for announcements only. Please. Ms. Fowler.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. On March 25th, the Women's Caucus will be hosting, in conjunction with the California Democratic Party, a Women's History Month celebration. So soon all the information will be out. That is March 25th. Look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And if we can keep the announcements under 1 minute. Brandy Grace.
Okay, now does it work? Can you hear me?
The floor is yours.
Thank you. The North Valley Democratic Club this month will have our meeting, and we're going to have some special topics for this wonderful month of Women's History Month, talking about issues of women. And I would encourage everybody to come and hear our wonderful speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grace. Ms. Porter, Mia Porter.
Hi, thank you. Just wanted, as Dina had mentioned, there are bills that are going to be reintroduced in the House. This is an important week for 2 gun violence prevention bills. I do a lot of volunteering with Moms Demand Action. I'm a gun violence survivor myself. HR 8 was introduced 2 years ago regarding universal background checks. 97% of the country supports this, and it sat on Mitch McConnell's desk for two years. And HR 1446 closes the Charleston loophole, which is the essentially background checks that are not returned in 3 days. They will go ahead and approve the gun sale. And that's what happened with the Charleston AME massacre, of which I have friends who were lost family. So right now, I think they're bringing it to a vote tomorrow in the House floor. We needed 218 co-sponsors, and right now, California, all 41 Democratic representatives have supported, and I don't know why Republican leaders don't want to keep their kids safe from gun violence. So if you all can, you know, there are some like Steele, newer legislators who still have something to prove in their district. If you can call, like Steele is in California 48, I think Kim in 39, and there was, yeah, just pressure them. You can call 644, actually text 64433, text checks. It will connect you to your legislature, and it will set you up with the exact language you need to pressure them to support the bill. We just need 8 more signatories.
Thank you. Yeah, if you could put that in the chat just as well, so folks can capture that number.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I did see your letter today on that. Mr. Carrillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to announce that Region 16 will have its regional meeting on Saturday, March 27th at 10 a.m. I will be sending out a save the date flyer tomorrow, but we invite everybody to attend, and we will be having a training for new delegates, new statewide delegates as well at that particular regional meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Carrillo. Tina Keeley.
Okay. I wanted to say thank you, Mr. Chair, for sending me a birthday card on my birthday, and I want to also wish our Drexel. He is phenomenal. I want to wish him a happy birthday for Thursday. And did I miss your birthday, Sergio? Can Sergio hear me? Happy birthday to you too. And you guys could hear me, right?
Yes, ma'am. We were singing your praises. Thank you so much, Tina. Jenny Chang.
Thank you.
Hi there, thank you. I just want to invite everyone. The California Alliance for Retired Americans is having an event on March 26th. Several of the commissioners from the Master Plan on Aging, the Governor's Commission on Aging, will be speaking, including Maria Elena Durazo, Jody Reed, who's the ED of the organization that I work for, and Fernando Torres-Gil, many of you know him, he's from UCLA, David Lindman from UC Berkeley, but they'll be covering the 5 tenets of the Master Plan on Aging, including housing for all ages and stages, inclusion and equity, health reimagined, and universal long-term services and supports, and affording aging. I'll drop the link in the chat for registration. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jenny. And to bring us home, Maria Skelton. Maria, you're unmuted, or you need to accept the unmute button. Maria going once, going twice. I don't see any adjourn and memories in the chat. So with that, motion to adjourn. Oh, sorry. Adjourn in memory request of my grandmother, Marilyn Shakarian. Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Okay, it was moved to adjourn by Florencio, seconded by Shanna. We are adjourned. Good morning, good night.